Hi, everyone. How are you all doing today? I hope you guys are all doing super well. It's good to see you guys. I have had a rotten, terrible, no good, garbage fucking day. It has been brutal. It's been bad. It's been a bad day. I am just... Oh. Hi, guys. It's good to see you guys. It's Doxy. Hi. Okay, you guys are making me feel like a celebrity or some shit. Stop. What happened? Okay, so I was looking into getting a manicure so that like maybe my thumbnail on the like Twitch discovery page would be a little bit more inviting because my hands are like nucky. They're not cute. Like my hands are not cute, and I feel like if I got some acrylics or something, that it would look nice and it would help my confidence and maybe bring us new viewers. And so I was looking. I didn't even think about that, J-Rat. That's very funny. But so it turns out that it works differently here. That like in America, you just go to a nail salon. You don't make an appointment. You just walk in. They just take walk-ins. I don't know if it's different here because of COVID or because it's just different here. But first of all, it's infinitely more expensive here, and you have to have an appointment. Man, y'all gotta care about what your hand looks like. What? Yes, it sucks. Anyway, I went in because like I don't get my nails done. Like this isn't a thing. Like normally when my nails are long, it's my natural nails. I've had my nails done 4 times maybe in my life. So I don't really know what I need. I know that I have very small nail beds and that I need like special stuff, but I don't know what. Anyway, so I like went to go talk to these people, and there was a little bit of a language barrier, and like all the people that worked there had people sitting in their chairs, and they were just like talking to me like I was fucking stupid. And like I didn't want to waste anybody's time, you know, like I just wanted to go in there and be like I wasn't really expecting to get it done right away because I did Googling. Like I did Googling. Who says that? I did my Googling, I guess. Like I did research on like what the best nail place around would be, and found that like everything is by appointment only, and most of the time to get like service that you want to go to somebody who is like their own. Like nail salons around here are just not as good as like private nail technicians tend to be, it seems like. If you Google nail salon Lower Sackville, you'll see what I mean. And so I learned that most places are appointment only. And I called and they didn't answer. So like I went because it's a 3-minute drive. And I was just like, yeah, I just don't know what I need. And he was just like, you just need acrylics. And like, I can't do it right now. And like, talk to me like I was fucking stupid. And it sucked. And it was so embarrassing. And I hated it. I want to cry thinking of it. I was so humiliated. And then on top of that, I came home and there's just like bad news regarding Josiah's mom's health and like what's going on with her. It's a rough day. But I'm going to be okay. Like, it's going to be okay. And then just like, I haven't really been able to talk to Josiah much, and I just really love my boyfriend, but he's like super, he's super busy. Like, he's way behind. Why were they so rude? I don't think that they like understood that I was not from here and like that I didn't know, or like maybe they thought that I should know. Like, I feel like there's like a nail culture around here or something. I don't know because I don't normally get my nails done. I just don't know. But like, I just felt really humiliated. And then like coming home to like And it's already embarrassing that, like, my nails are gross, right? Like, that my stupid, shitty body produces bullshit, fucking flaky, flimsy, non-fingernails that just, like, break and flake all the time. I don't know. It was all just dehumanizing and embarrassing. And then, like, coming home and finding out the shitty news about, like, Josiah's mom's health and, like, not being able to really be with him very much today. And on top of that, I'm on my period. So emotions are very much maximized right now. Hey, so it just was rough. Like, and I know that this is probably stuff that normal people can handle better, but I'm not a normal person. I'm a sick person. I am a mentally ill person, and it hurt me. It was hard. Thank you, J-Rod. I appreciate you. I'm still going to maybe go get them done, but it's very expensive, so I also might not. Especially because I don't even like having them done. I don't even like having them done. I don't even like fake nails. They're uncomfortable, and I always just want to pull them off. But, like, this is my job, and I need, like, it's my job to bring people in here to, like, want to watch me. And the more people that watch me, the better off I am. You know what I mean? So, like, I have to do little things like that. And that's just where I'm at. Thank you, Lycan. That's really nice. I don't recommend leaving a review often, but they should not be making you feel like that. I just don't even want to engage. I am very sure the lady that was sitting in the seat that the guy was taking care of, she was very offended on my behalf. I could tell. She was looking at me, like, really sympathetically, but, like, that would just added to the embarrassment. You know what I mean? Like, it just made me feel more embarrassed. I get acrylics because otherwise I chew my nails off. I used to chew my nails really bad. I don't anymore. I don't chew them. They're so flimsy and bad that they are always, like, jagged. And so, like, I pick off the jagged part, and that just keeps them short. It's basically like I'm constantly filing them with my other nails. And then also my nervous tick is to, like, pick at them. Do you hydrate a lot? I do. I'm always pretty hydrated. My selfies wouldn't have you believe that because my big disgusting lips are always, like, really chapped and dried out, but I am a hydrated person. I drink a lot of water. Hydrate, don't mind if I do. Thanks for looking out for me, Rana. Vitamin E helps? Maybe. I know people that do acrylics for their friends so they can avoid these wacky salons. Like, I can't justify all of the startup costs of getting all my own nail stuff right now. Doxy equals moist. I hate this. J-Rod, call me. Practically polygonal. Polygonal? I don't like that. Polygonal sounds weird. I don't know. I had a fucking, it was a brutal day. It was just a shitty day that, like, I am not emotionally equipped to deal with. It's very hard to embarrass me, you guys. Like, I have to live my life being this guy. It's really hard to embarrass me. And, like, I act like a fucking twit all the time in public. And, like, it's just not a fun feeling to have thrust on you. Like people talking to you like you're a fucking idiot. You know what I mean? It just hurts. I love Wide Dog. You embarrass like nothing? Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that. They're like four-fifths distinct, barely curved segments on my left ring finger and right pinky. If you feel like sharing a picture I would love to see what you're talking about. I think if all your nails are like that, it's a sign of some nutrient deficiency, but I only have 2 like that, so I have no clue. Do you mean like the ridges? There's like, because I have ridges on a couple of my nails. And also just like my cuticles are way high up. My nail beds are just super short to begin with. And the divots for my fingertips are like on the top of my fingers instead of up here. Does that make sense? Nice. No, it's not, and that's why most beauty places are super toxic. Anytime I DM you, I reread it 3 to 4 times before hitting send. You never have to worry about being embarrassed with me, Dragon Rana. Ever, ever. I adore you. Like, please don't. And we all, like, make snafus in our messaging. It's just such a relatable thing. Please don't ever worry about being embarrassed with me. Ugh. I had terrible thin and flaky nails, vertical ridges, layer issues where like the nail would separate into thin sheets. Technatrix! Yes! That is exactly what goes on with me. That is exactly, like sometimes it'll be like there's a bubble in them or whatever. Like 100% yes, that is what I have going on. A multivitamin and biotin and vitamin E supplement helped. Man, I just like, I can't really afford that kind of thing. Like I can't justify those expenses. You know what I mean? But like maybe now that my hands are just front and center all the time, I find myself being really self-conscious about my hands and how they look. I contemplated plucking Mercutio. I contemplated that. I could never. But you guys can't see him anyway, I don't think. Oh God, I hate the nail bubble. Happens to me too. Yeah, it's the worst. Seriously, Doxy, they look great on camp. Thank you. That's really nice of you to say. Like, I always thought that it would be fun because I have my cute finger tattoos, right? Like, I thought that would be enough. But, like, now I'm feeling lately like I should probably do nails too. And like, I don't know. Like, I wouldn't ever do anything crazy, and I definitely wouldn't do them super long. Like, I would want them to look natural and nice. Probably just like my goth girl shit, like black or chrome or something. But yeah, I don't know. Bottle of E is like $3 to $7 bucks. I heard that prenatal supplements are really dangerous for a not pregnant person to take because they can, you can get like, you can overdose on iron. Seriously, I'm too busy laughing and looking at the cool shit you're crocheting. You guys are really making me feel a lot better. Hi, babe.
Hello.
I love you so much.
I love you too.
I'm just like crying to chat right now.
Why?
Just because of the way that guy made me feel today and like just the bad day that we are having. Also, I hate those if you want them.
You don't like the spring rolls?
I liked one of the kinds. I don't know which, but the other kind is vile to me.
You can have the rest of that one that I have on my plate if you want.
It's okay. I'm very full. Can I please have a kissy?
Mm-hmm.
I love you so much.
Love you too. Oh, Gerodimus is in your chat too. Double dipping. What a hero.
Yeah, J-Rod rules.
J-Rod does rule. J-Rod genuinely is a hero.
I would imagine it could have issues since they're designed for certain hormone setups. It's also like it's just too much. It's too much iron for a person, and you can get sick from that. Then again, I do have I inherited some iron deficiency issues, anemic issues. Yeah, you have to take prenatals and extra iron on top of it. That is such a bummer. I'm sorry. You must be tired all the time. I'm not always anemic, but I'm prone to becoming anemic very easily. So like when I'm on my OMAD shit or whatever. I have to take iron supplements or else I just don't have any energy whatsoever. Just eat some nails. Agag. I'm sorry that I'm like a total bummer right now. I just feel like crying. Oh, you're pregnant. Oh, I didn't fucking congratulations. That's so rad. I'm so sorry. You're gonna have a tiny dejected specter. Oh, that's so wonderful. That's really great. You're a pretty thing too. I'm sorry to comment on the way that you look, but I remembered I looked at your Instagram. I bet you're gonna have a really cute baby. I bet that baby's gonna be so cute. I need to learn to stop commenting on people's looks. It's just not nice. It's just not nice. Like, I never commented on somebody's looks if I don't like the way that they look or whatever. I grew up thinking that that's a compliment, saying you look great or whatever. But really, like, it's so selfish to be like, I want you to feel pretty. You know what I mean? It's really selfish to do that, I think. And I need to learn that, like, people's worth is not tied up in the way that they look. I think that if they're not modeling it, like, if they're not trying, like, it, like, I went into Vamp Candy's stream the other day, and the first thing I said was, "Girl, you look great." Like, and I was just like, you know what? And like, I thought about it, and I was just like, that is so fucked up. Like, it's not up to me to make them feel their sexual worth or whatever. You know what I mean? Anyway. Ugh. Okay, I just want to get off of this uncomfortable line of thought. Okay. Are you guys ready for some Nexpo? Are you guys ready? Yeah, we're going to do Nexpo stuff again because a friend of mine, and honestly, he's a partner on the channel. He's going to be doing some script work for us soon. Some things have come up, so I haven't been able to do any of the scripted content for YouTube that I wanted to so far, because just life keeps getting in the way, as it does. But I promise it's coming. It's coming, I swear. We will have YouTube content soon. Wait, this isn't scripted? No, you're right. It is scripted. I literally wrote how I was made to feel like a fucking idiot with all the ums and uhs in it today. I'm just reading it. I had to take a test today that they didn't tell us was open book till we were almost done. No! That's the worst. I'm so sorry to hear that. Switched over to data, Wi-Fi being weird. Can you reboot your router? Do you have access to your modem and router so that you can reboot them? I have to undo this knitting because I was practicing. I haven't been smoking any cannabis today. I really want to. But I also don't want to fuck up over and over again and get, like, no knitting done. Then again, I feel like people are here more for the Nexpo than for the knitting. Yeah, fuck it. I'm gonna go grab my cannabis in a second. But if I could just get, like, 4 readies in chat. We have near 40 people watching. If I could get 4 readies, then we'll go ahead and get the Nexpo started. And I'll get up and go get that on my own time. That's 3. We got 3 readies. You guys are the best. Seriously. Thank you for just like letting me speak my mind and feel a little bit better. May not hang around long for Nexpo. I understand. If it's not for you, it's not for you, and that's fine. What the fuck is going on here? That's what's going on here. Fuck's sake. Okay, we have our readies. We have our readies. You guys have to stare at my ugly keyboard for a moment. Why doesn't it ever fucking keep this shit? Why it can't just do that though? Lame. I'll go ahead and start this, and I'm gonna get up in a second, but I'll be back, obviously. Hi, sweet Minky. You're so precious. You have terrible timing. Everything sound good? Is it too loud or quiet or anything? Oh, let's put those captions on too. Sweet Monstro, you're so fucking cute, dude.
Across the internet,
Love my
strange
kitty
and
cat.
obscure content's out there that just might send a chill down your
Hi.
spine, or at the very least, leave you feeling at least slightly unnerved. With that being said, I'd like to welcome you all back to Disturbing Things from Around the Internet. This is my series where I
Precious
consolidate
Monstro.
bite-sized creepy discoveries that I've recently stumbled upon online. Reminder that this is part 4, so if you're new to the series, be sure to go check out volumes 1 through 3 on my channel. It's time, once more, to dive into 5 more
Hi.
hand-picked and disturbing things from the internet.
Okay, I really love you guys. Thank you so much. You guys are the best.
Bill Mead is the name of a YouTuber that runs a channel primarily focusing on the topic of religion. Bill started his channel back in 2014, and over the course of just 4 short months,
This might be the
would
video
upload
that
71 videos, amassing 16 whole
This might be the
subscribers to
video
his
that I
content.
discovered
He
Nexpo
seemed to be
from.
very passionate about the topics that he preached about, and appeared to be open to
Is this the
discussion
one with the
about
like
Jesus and
water
Christianity.
talking
Over the course of the channel's
to
existence,
ghosts?
Bill would make it evident that he was dealing with other
I have no
complications.
idea, James.
It appeared that he contracted a severe form of mouth cancer, and over the course of the 4 short months that he was on YouTube, were able to see the progression of his condition as it became worse and worse.
Oh, never mind.
And
This
worse.
isn't the video. Oh, that's so sad.
His very last video was uploaded on October 21st, 2014, and it was titled, in all caps, 10-hour surgery tomorrow. Strangely, in this and the upload with the duplicate title, I was unable to extract any type of audio, almost as if it was completely muted by accident. In the description, Bill asks us,
Yeah, that
in
is
jumbled
sad.
text, to pray for him and the doctors as he undergoes this operation. And that was it. After seeing this, I
Now I'm
naturally
sad.
expected the worst. Seeing his condition progress so rapidly, followed by a video on the topic of a future surgery before going completely blank, left me with an endless curiosity as to what happened
Minky,
to
I want to
Bill.
smoke some weed.
I went back to his YouTube channel and tracked down his Google Plus page. With that, I was able to discover that he lived in California and had a wife named Doris. After doing what seemed like endless digging, I just wasn't able to find anything on a William or Bill Mead that would be related to a Doris. So I acquired the help of some friends, and one of them, specifically Alex Bale, was able to track his record down. Bill would have been 90 this year, and unfortunately passed away less than a month after his surgery. His legacy lives on though, and with this, we're left with a very humbling example of how quickly a condition can progress on the human body.
So cute, Monstro. Yeah, that's such a bummer. He looked like such a sweet old man. He is a boy.
This entry
My
comes from a
little
user on
boy.
Facebook by the name of Rico Malik. In his post, he claims that he doesn't normally post on Facebook, but this is a true action and awareness post. In his words, "This is very hard to watch. It hit very close to home as I've been in this situation before. This was my 19-year-old niece coming home late last night in Converse, Texas, to some home invaders in her bushes. Now just pay attention to the recklessness our society has come to. Get this to the media. These guys were out to murder anything moving last night, and they have to be dealt with. This is to be treated as if they murdered everyone in that car. With this, he's linked a video. In it, we're able to see a man as he's obviously hiding outside of a house behind a tree. Apparently, the people in the car pulled up to their mom's house who was asleep inside.
This one
After
is
calling
terrifying.
the cops from within the car, things begin to take a very dark turn.
Bye, Monstro. I love you.
Do you want to tell your mom?
No, wait till the cops get here. You're just waiting.
I locked the doors. I was like,
Yeah.
because if they,
Hello?
that doesn't mean they're alone. Curtis, no.
Them right there.
No, Curtis, there's another one.
Lock the door. Hi, I'm in Converse at 8. There's somebody sitting at the side of my house. Looks like they're trying to get in. They're trying to run.
I'm reversing.
Oh, they have a gun. 8310 Jaybrook.
I gotta get out of here.
That one is so scary. Fuck, that's so scary.
Are you okay?
I forgot about this.
Are you okay?
Please get here fast.
They shot on my tires.
Follow us. Drive fast. Go.
They shot on my
Pro
tires.
tip, never
They shot
go
on my
home.
tires. I can't.
Fair enough, Mothman. Have a good night.
Get down, get down, get down.
Please drive. Hurry.
Humans are terrible.
Are you okay? Put down.
Please. Oh my gosh, she's stuck. God, please let them come back, please. God, please, God, please. God, please. God, please don't let them come. God, please.
This poor girl.
Do you see anyone? Can you see?
No.
Can you see? Don't look. She's stuck.
Just leave as soon as you saw them. But it was their house. Like they were trying to go home.
Thankfully, they all made it out alive. In this situation, they were absolutely lucky that they weren't harmed because this so very easily could have turned out far worse than it did. After first seeing this, I spent a lot of time contemplating at what I would do if I were in this situation. There's just no way around
They
how
are
it would have
lucky
turned
that they
out.
got out of that
Grab a gun, shoot 'em
unscathed,
back.
hey?
There's two of them, and they have a direct line of sight to you in the car. Floor it and ram into the tree? Like I said, there's two of them. The other would have come out from behind the bushes, guns ablaze. Back out and speed off? I still feel like they would have been inclined to shoot, just because they can. All around, there's just no good way through this situation, which is what makes it that much more miraculous. that
And
the
I think they
driver
never
and
found
passengers
out,
were
like,
unharmed.
What the
While
motive
this is
was,
so,
right?
Unfortunately, the two men
Like, they-
involved are currently still at large.
Yeah, they got away and they never found out like what was, if that was just like a random act of violence or what. Also, ooh, fun. This is where I live.
This entry comes from a user on Reddit by the name of Gloves Are Effed.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
The
yeah.
post is titled, Warning Men of Halifax, the Glove Man. He opens his post by
Oh,
claiming
shit.
that he's seen threads in other subreddits about this guy and that he finally had an accidental encounter with him. He claims, quote, "Last weekend I was on my way back from downtown, walking alone on Spring Garden Road and scouting for a cab. Yet
After
a
the video
well-dressed
was made?
guy in a
Okay,
black
that's
SUV
good.
pulls up beside me to ask if I'm looking for a cab. I said yes. He asked where I was going, and I told him. He said he was headed in the same direction and that he offers rides around town on the weekends. Thinking this was some friendly guy running his own
Golly,
Uber
golly.
service, I got in hoping
Okay,
for a
I will
cheap
be
ride
right
and handed
back.
him a $10 bill out
Gonna
of my
go-
pocket.
Ooh,
Side
get
note,
my
I'm
cannabis.
6'3" and 200 pounds, so I didn't feel
Jesus.
threatened. Stupid of me.
I'm awful at everything.
He then goes on to explain that the guy was wearing a leather jacket and gloves, and as soon as they start driving, he talks about this glove business that he's running before handing him a business card.
Okay. I'll be
When
right
they
back.
finally approach his street, the guy eagerly says that he wants the OP to try on some gloves. Despite it being weird, the OP submits to humor him and ends up trying them on. After doing so, things begin to become strange when he realizes that they fit really tight and that the guy began breathing somewhat forcefully. After putting two and two together in his head, he tried to drum up the most non-confrontational way out of the situation. However, the man kept insisting that he stay and try on more of his sets, all while breathing in a very unnatural manner. After an antagonizing few minutes with him, he ends up quickly thanking the man for his time, jumps out of the car, and books it towards a nearby house's yard in hopes of preventing the revelation of his own address to the man. He claims that the guy idled outside for a solid 5 minutes before driving off, and closes his post by warning men of Halifax about this guy, supposedly nicknamed MJ, that offers to pick up young men, forcing them into trying on his gloves in order for him to become aroused. The post was then verified by the moderators, and other users had jumped in, claiming that they had heard or had encountered the man themselves. One of the other posts that the OP references even has the glove man's business card in order of proof. The entire situation is chilling and hopefully makes you think before you jump straight into a car with a random stranger that might have intentions that don't exactly align with your own.
Okay. Hi, I'm back. I'm so sorry. They caught him in 2019. Hell yeah.
This entry comes from a Facebook
Good to
post
know.
made by a user named Hank Squires. Back in June of last year, he made a post showcasing a strange phenomenon that he had captured
Really
on his
excited for
baby
Amateur
monitor.
Offsy Club I just joined.
post
Wednesdays
reads
open
this.
mic nights. So
I'm very much a skeptic, and I'm going to try to explain this one. Last
Oh.
night, Cora woke up and started playing with the stuffed animal. Hannah thought it was cute, so she recorded it from the baby monitor. When she showed it to me, I told her that it was way too cold in her room, 66 degrees when we keep the house at 70. Then, the freaking teddy bear behind her moved. Watch the video. The video that he uploaded with that showed this.
that looked like camera malfunctions to me. Also, you can't see the baby's other hand. The baby's other hand is obviously manipulating that teddy bear.
The video garnered tons of Facebook attention, and people threw in theories that the entire thing could be faked for attention.
66
with many
degrees
reasons
is
given.
really cold for a
One
newborn.
notable one is when the
Brit,
head
just to
actually
be sure.
moves. It seems that, at the top left, an arm is seen moving it. However, I'd personally like to counter this by saying that there simply would be no room for anyone or anything to squeeze their arm into that tight space. Unless there was some sort of modification done to it, nobody would have been able to fit back there. Another theory people have thrown up is that it's a battery-operated bear.
The
While
baby
Hank
is
claims that
doing
this is
it.
not
The baby
case,
is laying
it
on
could
its
very well be
belly.
true.
Its other arm is
The only real
behind
update
it.
we have
How
from
is nobody
June.
saying anything
Hank
about
reshared the
this?
post onto his own page with the caption, 1 year ago. This, of course, renewed interest in the video, and down in the comments, there's one from a Dana Squires who claims that they're set on believing that the child had moved, thus causing the bear to move as well. While this seems like a very solid answer to the situation, we have to remember that it's always up for interpretation.
Yeah, that's right, Nexpo. Okay, it's going to take us a while to cast on here. We've got to cast on 35. God, I already feel so much better. Chat room. I owe you one.
Last year,
How do you
a
feel
post was
about
made on the
Hams?
export of 4chan claiming
content
that
is
there was a
interesting,
user
but I
on
can't watch
Facebook
it
that
long.
discovered a strange profile by the name of Ori Chef.
I don't know of them.
Apparently, Ori had commented on a news article.
Azuma, can you
clamoring
link
on
them
about
in
nonsense.
Discord for me?
After they attempted to translate it, things got strange. The
It
4chan
is really
user went
nice.
forth
It
to
is
say
really nice,
this.
Jan. Welcome, Pondwater. Good to see you.
So I was
Also,
just on
Lucius,
Facebook
hi.
like a normie that I am.
It's
and
so
I came
funny
across a comment in a post
But your
that's
name
a
is
bit
Lucius
unnerving.
Ham Slim.
It's from a posted article from a page that has a few comments, so I saw it. The comment was obviously not entirely in English, but she explains how she wants to be cremated before her husband, or some type of thing, and she kept talking about her friend Susie or something. So I got weirded out by this and tried to click on the Facebook account to know what the fuck is up with this lady.
Ori Chef.
This is where it gets weirder.
I have no idea what we're
This was
talking
her
about.
profile.
Did I have
I
a
immediately
stroke?
saw that she had no posts or even uploads of pictures, so I assumed that she was a dummy
4chan
account by some
posts
dude who
about
was
a
doing God knows
Facebook
what.
post, right?
Then I saw her friends list. Now I just realized after skimming through all these accounts that every bio that she has adds something weird or cryptic, like cheese bread from an almond milkshake and pita bread from a seasoned beef, kind of shit like that. It seems to be so many that I can't imagine the reason why some person would do some kind of shit like this and what purpose.
ARG maybe?
So it seems that after visiting her profile, they found that every single one of Ori's friends was simply another version of her profile picture with photoshopped facial features and hair. Posts on their profiles get even stranger than this. There are multiple
this is
images
Ori
depicting
Okay,
animal
gotcha,
gore
gotcha,
with
gotcha.
captions that hint at the murder of her own children. Going by her profile, there are no photos or any evidence therein of Ori actually having any children. However, it's disturbing to see. After discovering all this, a user then reached out to Ori, asking her about her many accounts and why she's doing this, and she responded in her typical style, claiming that, yeah, all of them, I was the one who created by, unfortunately, because of my negligence and the stupidity, I forgot that I was renting the computer and forgot to change the password as soon as possible. The 4chan user responded, "Oh, okay, I understand. I like the pictures that you post, like the one you have as your profile picture. Did you make them?" To which Ori responds saying, "Really? Thank you, it's in the Play Store app. If it's in your CP, edit the
Oh,
pic."
you were part of it?
He then asks her how
Quinn?
many accounts she uses, to which she responds, saying upwards of 15 to 24. When asked why,
You
she
interacted
made the
with
excuse that she uses
Ori?
them for requests in Facebook games. While Ori claims this, I'm going to go forth and say that I'm absolutely not buying this. Why in the world would there be so many accounts that are made of yourself just for game requests? Also,
I
why in the world
contemplated
would she
doing
post
that when I
gruesome
liked
images
Farmville and
caption
nobody
them
else
about the demise
did?
of her own children? Something just doesn't add up. Theories have been thrown out that Ori is either
Tell
a
us
bot,
everything,
a simple
Quinn.
troll account, an account linked to the government, or actually a genuine person that, for some odd reason, found the need to create 20 plus accounts of herself.
Message but never
Even
received
if
a
this
response
latter theory
personally.
were true, why would she post such sinister things about her children alongside these screwed up images? It just doesn't add up to me. There's definitely something going on here. It almost reminds me of the Stephanie Stevens case, but weirder.
I don't know the Stephanie Stevens case. I assume Nexpo has a video on it though,
As we said before,
as he addressed it with
disturbing and obscure
familiarity.
content can exist all over the internet, and like we just
That-
witnessed,
this one felt so
definitely
short,
holds
hey?
true. I hope you all enjoyed this entry into the series. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Which one freaked you out the most?
2, 4, 6.
Lastly,
8,
thanks so much for watching. I'll see you in the next one. I love you all,
20,
and good night.
Oh no, James. Damn, Doxy, if you knew Spanish, I could link you into some dude that does this kind of stuff. I marginally know French and German. My German is very rusty. But I used to be like nigh fluent in German. And I plan to get fluent with French. And once I feel comfortable with that, going back to German, actually. I just heard Josiah say my name in there.
Happy Halloween! Wow, what a fun week this has been exploring all these marathon topics with you.
He sounds like he's in
This
such
has
a good
been an
mood.
absolute blast. And hey, I was thinking, what better way to bring this to a close?
Hell
while
yeah, Quinn, I would
concurrently
love that.
celebrating the greatest holiday of the year than presenting to you yet another installment of my favorite series on the
I
channel.
just restructured
Welcome back, my friends,
the
to
Discord
Disturbing
a
Things from Around the
bunch,
Internet.
everyone, by the way.
you're
So if
new,
you are
this
part
is
of
my
the
series that
Discord,
dives into
please go take
bite-sized
a
and
look at the
disturbing
rules
internet events
channel
and mysteries in a
um,
list-like format.
and familiarize yourself
It's
with who
time
mods are and
On this
stuff.
Halloween night, to dive into 5 more hand-picked and disturbing things from around the internet.
We need 5 more. How is Dungeon Father doing? He has a live stream going right now. If anybody is more into
Back
D&D
in
than
August,
the
a strange
creepy
event
knitting
took
stuff,
the internet by storm. Peculiar footage was captured
he's
during
doing
the
a
early morning
DM
of August 24th.
roundtable with 6 other
According
people
to a Facebook post,
that are like
at
kind
3:20
of
in the morning, a resident in the Sunrise Ranch
a
subdivision
big deal in
Montgomery,
the
Texas,
D&D
was awakened by their
YouTube
doorbell.
sphere.
After reviewing their home video surveillance, they observed and attached the following video and images. The Montgomery County Sheriff's Office was alerted and is currently investigating the suspicious incident.
Yo,
The footage
creepy
that they captured,
ring footage
this?
is like, that's my current nightmare shit. Yeah, this one is so fucking scary.
everyone was
That
on
is
immediate
not the
alert.
one that I thought it was. Never
If the
mind.
on-timing
I
being
thought it was
so
the one
late
with
in
the
night
mask.
isn't enough to alarm you, then the shackles that seem to be attached to her wrists just might.
It's
We
true.
were dead
Nobody
asleep
over
in
there
our
is
beds.
knitting.
My husband was awoken by the doorbell. It rang probably 20 to 30 times, one nearby resident claimed.
Is this the
The
lady
woman,
that
wearing
escaped?
only a t-shirt and no
yeah.
shoes, seemed at the time to have vanished into thin air. Nobody was able to immediately track her down, and so a massive search had commenced for this mystery girl. What happened to her? Why was she crying? And why was she ringing the doorbell so many times at 3:20 in the morning?
33, 34. She definitely escaped like a fucking
On August 29th, another incident occurred in the
abuse
very same subdivision.
situation.
A man would take his life by suicide. This was Dennis Collins, and a suicide note that was
Yeah.
left behind by him had confirmed that this mystery girl on the surveillance footage was in fact his girlfriend. According to a statement by Montgomery
That's really
County
awesome.
Police,
Killing the game.
she
Yeah,
was
he's
indeed
doing
a
so
domestic
good,
violence
hey?
victim, and according to her,
An
the night she was
orcish
out ringing
knitting lord.
doorbells,
Fuck
she was
yeah.
in great fear for her own safety. She is safe and is helping police in the ongoing investigation. However, the takeaway from this is that this could be happening to anyone, even those that live right beside you. A post was made in the Ask Reddit sub asking everyone what post was the creepiest that they've ever found on Reddit. While there were many notable responses, one in particular stuck out to me from a user by the name of Killing Spear X. They said this: "I don't know where the post is, but I'm sure many Redditors came across it already. It was about a mother who was pushing her baby on a swing at night. When people approached her, they found out that the baby had been dead for hours and that the mother had some sort of mental breakdown or something." One notable response to this came from a user by the
That's
name of
real.
El Chapo's
That's a
cousin,
thing that
who
actually
claimed that
happened.
either this is a lie, or the area she lived in has the shittiest healthcare in America. In response to this, someone quoted them and said, "Apparently the latter, because this actually did happen,"
Yeah.
with a link to a news article. In Maryland, a 3-year-old boy was in fact dead due to being pushed in a swing for upwards of 43 hours. According to authorities, he was alive when his mother began pushing him in a swing on May 20th, 2015, and had remained in this very same seat for 2 days while his mother pushed him until May 22nd at 6:55 a.m.
Oh, it
when
was
he
worse
and
than
his
grief. It
hysterical
was
mother
just
were
mental
found by
illness.
police. The
'Cause
mother allegedly
she
had a
like let him
psychotic
die.
episode during this,
Yeah.
and unfortunately did not know what was happening for those 2
Right.
agonizing days. Since the original homicide, No charges have been filed, and the
4.
mother has since sought treatment for her bipolar
What do you
disorder
awful
and
women
depression.
want?
What do you
Poetry
awful
Stud
women
Gaming
want? Hold
hosting
on,
with 9
5.
viewers.
Oh my gosh.
3 hours.
Hi, Poetry
back
Stud.
and
How
think
are
about
you?
this for
Thank
a
you so
second.
much for the raid.
This
We're doing
children's
creepy
swing
shit
was a
and
death trap for
knitting.
this little boy, and the sheer thought of what he
Just so you
endured,
guys know,
initially thinking that it was
that
going
are
to be a
joining
fun
us,
and
if you
exciting
need
time at
trigger
the park,
warnings, trigger warning,
then
don't be
becoming tired
here.
of the
It's
fun,
scary and
then
there's
becoming
fucked up
thirsty,
shit happening.
then realizing
But
Mom
otherwise,
isn't
welcome. We
stopping.
want you here.
for hours and hours and hours until it
Knitting
was over.
scares the hell.
I can only imagine the haunting scene of an oblivious mother pushing the corpse of her own son in a swing. And I really,
Everybody
really
go
don't
follow
know
Poetry
how I'd
Stud.
react
Also,
if I
by
were
the
ever
way,
to stumble upon such a sight.
thank you for
in my
resubbing,
life.
Buster. 6, 7. I need to recount these really quick. Hi, Reploid God. How are you? It's so good to see you. How have you been? There it is. Thank you so much.
Poetry Stud Gaming
Last year,
Sparkler.
I
Hello,
made a video
smiley
that
face.
included the phenomenon of the Yay Video Games Reddit account
Okay.
that exhibited seemingly
Oh,
ordinary
fuck.
behavior
This shit's
before a switch
very
seemed to
scary.
flip, causing their comments to spiral endlessly into obscurity. In 2011, a user on Facebook by the name of Karen Catherine Waldegrave would exhibit strikingly
Gonna go
similar
pass out?
behavior.
Yeah, get out of here.
Karen, being a seemingly ordinary Facebook account,
Have a nice
would,
night.
out of nowhere,
get some
begin
rest.
posting nonsensical and unnerving
Selvage
ramblings
1,
that
2,
seemed to gather
3,
widespread
and
attention
then
from across the
Pearl,
internet.
and then Knit 1, 2,
According
3,
to her
4, 5,
profile,
6,
she
7.
was born in
Excellent.
London
So
and
we've got a
allegedly
Pearl
graduated
too.
from the University of Toronto with a PhD. She has quite a few ordinary posts, which makes this entire phenomenon that much more puzzling.
Oops, forgot to bring the
On May 23rd,
working
at around
yarn
6:30
forward.
p.m., a switch would seem to flip from within her, resulting in her replying to her own statuses over and over and over. Even stranger, the posts that she would make would be entirely out of context, and it would seem as if she's having a full conversation with herself. Statuses, shared photos, and everything else that she posted would then accumulate
7 again,
comment
1.
after comment after comment, and it got so bad that she sent approximately 700 replies to herself in the short span of just 12 hours.
Jeez.
At times, there were paragraphs
3.
of nonsensical text sent within moments of each other, and it's been widely speculated that Karen simply did this for some sort of attention,
4.
or to troll with the help of either a bot or script that would do this for her. After all, she allegedly has a PhD. For all we know, she very well could have done just that.
6.
Since the attention that she's gotten, her strange case has largely faded into internet history as none
7.
other than someone with schizophrenia or a simple troll.
Like, that is what it seems
Solved,
like.
right? Well, not so fast. It seems that, to this very day, there's still something going on with her, and I can't quite put my finger on precisely what that is. This is Karen Waldegrave today. This account seems to be a newer one of hers and still exhibits the same strange and bizarre
3.
behavior of her original account.
And now
Oddly,
7
the
again.
page seems to be named
This
differently.
is actually super cool,
However,
and I'm
it still
this close
appears
to
be the
developing
same
a
person.
hyper-focused
The
episode
pictures
around
match
knitting.
up
It's
almost
really,
perfectly,
really
and her
nice.
education and location
I really
information
love
seems to be an
knitting,
exact replica
and
of what was shown
crochet.
on her
I really
original
enjoy
account.
both and highly recommend them
Now,
as
why in
hobbies.
the
They
world
help you
would
to
a troll
feel
be doing this
very
7
productive
years later?
when also
We can notice here that she
um,
seems to upload many images of herself.
just like
and
spending your time
these,
doing what you want
ultimately,
to.
would
You know
be
what I
nearly
mean?
impossible to replicate. As someone who's graduated with a PhD, being seemingly well off and ordinary, why would she have any sort of need to still reply to herself with not only obscure text, but randomized links to various websites and YouTube videos? In her posts, we could see direct references to scientific works and writings, and, out of context, these seem to be completely normal. Until we realize that these are all being posted within seconds of each other. Furthermore, there's always just one person that likes each of her statuses and posts,
4.
and as you might have guessed, these are all coming from her. With just 9 Facebook friends, for all we know, this could still be the work of either a bot or a troll. The strikingly fast and almost randomized posts that come from her directly support this. However, with the pictures she shares that line up directly with her original account to the T, it's extremely hard to discount the very idea that something more obscure could be going on with her. to this very day.
Then we got a pearl 1, then knit 3, then salvage. Pearl 1.
This fourth entry was only recently sent to me, and while it isn't necessarily an internet mystery, I couldn't help but include this heartbreaking tragedy.
Knit 1.
In 2015, police were called to a home in Kansas City, Kansas, regarding a domestic dispute. Upon arrival, a woman would tell them that if they looked around the property, they'd find the remains of a child by the name of Adrian Jones. Adrian's short life was spent isolated from outsiders inside of a
everyone likes their
mice-infested
own flavor,
house
hey?
where he was under the guise of, quote, homeschooling with his 6 siblings. His father and stepmother endlessly abused him, forcing him into sadistic acts of torture. The father and stepmother subjected him to eating scraps of moldy food out of the trash.
This is the one that
leaving
we
him tied
were...
up and submerged in a dirty swimming pool for hours at a time, beating him, strangling him,
Nope,
and
this is
leaving
a
him
whole different
consistently
one.
bloodied and cuffed.
Cool. Fucking,
Even
how
worse,
anybody
the
can
parents documented
fucking...
everything with surveillance cameras placed all over the house in an effort to document their acts of torture.
torture their
The footage
children.
and images were only ever discovered due to Jen Hovers, their landlord, whom was given access to the killer's iCloud account by Heather Jones, Adrian's stepmother, who was directly involved in the maltreatment. Hovers accessed the account in hopes of finding pictures for Adrian's funeral. However, when she looked through what was on the account, she found much, much more than she'd bargained for. In it were videos and photo after photo of Adrian's deteriorating health, and many of these shots came from direct surveillance footage, where he's referred to simply as the boy. It's believed that the killers were proud of their sadistic acts and enjoyed
Disgusting.
documenting Adrian's afflicted life. This is just one of those things that I hardly have any words for. The 7-year-old's short life came to an end in late 2015.
I'm
His
queasy.
killers left him to starve to death while tied up inside of a shower stall. This, unbelievably, gets even worse though. To rid of the body, the abusers resorted to dismembering him and left his remains in a livestock pen, where pigs proceeded to feed on them. The heartbreaking thing about this entire endeavor is that there was a suspicion of activity going on. The landlord had the suspicion for quite a while, and this likely stemmed from the fact that, now prepare for this, Adrian did tell investigators that he was being abused years prior.
Whoo! A-cab,
According to an
A-cab,
article by
A-cab.
KansasCity.com, Adrian told authorities in a 2013 interview how his father would kick him so hard in the back of the head that a little bone came out. My daddy keeps
Cool.
hitting me in the head and punches me in the stomach, and my mom keeps pulling on my ears and it really hurts. He tried to make a plea for his life. However, that, unfortunately, didn't seem to help. His father
Fucking
and
listen to
stepmother,
kids, maybe.
Michael and
What if
Heather
we
Jones,
listen? What if
have
we just
since
started
been
listening
sentenced
to
life in prison
kids?
with no chance for parole, and his grandmother,
What if,
whom had no
when a
idea that any
kid
of this
told
was
us that they
happening,
were
has spoken
uncomfortable
out,
with an adult,
absolutely
we stopped
devastated.
making them be around that adult? What if we
Adrian
did
Jones
that?
never deserved any of this, and it's completely heartbreaking to read about this tragedy that befell him. In some images, you're able to see him wearing a shirt that says tough guy.
Ugh.
You know what? This absolutely holds true. Adrian is a tough guy. Nobody deserves that title more than him, and I can only hope that he's since found the solace that's been overwhelmingly overdue for him.
I like how respectful Nexpo is about people who are deceased that he covers.
This last entry comes from a user on Reddit by the name of Demeter of New. About 5 months ago, they made a post in the RBI subreddit claiming that their significant other had gotten a new phone, and for the first time ever, she now has
If
visual
you have a kid
voicemail.
play school with them and let them be the
After
teacher,
receiving
they
a
will act
voicemail
like
from a
they're your
family
teacher
member
and you'll
that
learn
day,
more about how
she
they are
realized
treated.
that she had
That's
several
so
others
smart.
that she'd missed.
That's
According
so
to the
smart.
post, she started going through her voicemails, typical stuff, family, bill collectors, but one voicemail dated Friday, June 9th, 2017.
I'm gonna
at
do that with my
4:38
niece
PM
next time I'm back
was from a
home.
number that we did
Hondo
not know.
P.
It's 3 minutes long, and the area code is 480, placing the owner around the Phoenix, Arizona Valley.
I had a
I've
teacher
spent
that
all
bullied
day
me when I was in
researching
4th
news
grade. Her
where
name was
incidents
Janet
happened the
Galbraith. That's her
afternoon of
real
June
name.
9th,
She was a real
2017,
piece of
and
shit.
have exhausted
She was
my very
awful to
limited
me.
research abilities.
Like literally, she
voicemail that
just
Demeter
hated
received
me.
Was
It
this?
sucked. It had huge effects on my self-esteem. How much that teacher hated me. That's so scary. That is a person actually crying. Yeah, you can tell he cares. You can. You truly can. I have a lot of respect for that. I just have a lot of respect for Nexpo in general. I just think he's a great guy. This is gonna age like milk if he like goes and Me Too's himself or whatever, but I highly, highly doubt that from Nexpo. He's also like hot, so I'm sure he gets girls. Okay, Edge, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. He's been one of the better quality streamers for sure.
The OP then went forth to give an edit, claiming that the voicemail was dated a year prior. Phoenix police will be contacted, and that they've *67 the number, which merely led them to a generic voicemail greeting. A few very interesting theories have been given regarding the origins of this voicemail. A user by the name of Satellite Cookie seems to have dissected it quite well and gave the hypothesis that the woman involved may not have even known that the phone was there. They claim that she seemed to have been screaming into her surroundings rather than into the phone.
That's
and a
true.
butt dial is genuinely possible here. The theories that they gave were that she was 1. Kidnapped and hurt. However, the weapon was not blunt enough to knock her out. She seemed to be fully conscious. However, the possibility is there that she had just woken up and realized the situation that she was in, with panic ensuing. Regarding the phone, either
She did say,
she was able
"I'm
to break
so
free to one,
scared,"
it was hers,
a couple
the
of
kidnappers,
times.
or potentially another victim's. Another theory has been given by a user named Sojo3. When Satellite Cookie mentioned that it didn't sound anything like a mental breakdown, they chimed in claiming that they work at a psychiatric hospital and that this absolutely sounds like an episode that could have happened with one of their patients. Sidetracking here, if we take a look at Demeter's post history, it doesn't appear that they were using a throwaway account, and also it doesn't seem like they were doing this for any sort of attention. With
I'm
this
gonna
in
pause
mind,
it
the
here and tell you
possibility
guys
that
something
this
kind
is
of
a hoax or
embarrassing.
attempt at an ARG are slim. However,
Okay. So one time when I was like 21 or 22, my depression like hardcore got the best of me and I was feeling suicidal, and I told my mom about it and she took me to like just straight to the psych ward. Instead of like talking about it or whatever. Plenty of hot guys do awful shit. Fair enough. That's true. Anyway, I lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, there were two ladies that were in, because for the first part of my stay, I had to be there for 72 hours. The first part of my stay, I was in a like all ladies psych ward, and then I got moved into like a general psych ward. It's so weird, but I guess that's just like how they did it at that hospital. And ever since, like, anytime I felt suicidal after that, I never told my mom again because I never wanted to go back there because that place was hell. But once I got into the general, like, gen pop, that's like jail. Once I got to the like anybody can be there version, I think it was like just a lower security. Like, they didn't watch me as closely as soon as I got there. They didn't watch people as closely there. But I didn't have to worry about these two ladies as much anymore. But there were two ladies that all the girls, we called them Statler and Waldorf, which is awful and so mean. And I feel really bad because I came up with it. I feel bad, but that one of them was just legit screaming the entire time that she was awake, like screaming, not. It's hard to explain. She wasn't scared, or well, I don't know that, but like she looked perfectly normal, but she was just screaming at the top of her lungs, not like a scared scream, not like an angry scream. It was unlike anything I've ever heard. She was just screaming. She would scream, breathe, scream, and when we were really lucky, she would lose her voice for a little bit or fall asleep. And she slept a lot. And then there was another lady who was like wailing, was like crying the entire time, just crying and crying and crying. And she also didn't speak English. But she sounded a lot like that. She sounded a lot like that voicemail that we just listened to. She sounded so much like that, except for she was speaking Spanish. So I have no idea what she was saying, but like, it was definitely like sobs like that, elongated sobs. And then like maybe one or two short sentences. And then back to the sobbing. And like every once in a while she would repeat the same sentence for a little bit. It sounded so much like that fucking, I'm telling you, dude. And those two ladies were gone. They were fucking, I would be amazed if they could return to a regular quality of life from the point that I saw them at, if that makes sense. My heart truly goes out to them and their families and the nurses. It was awful. And like all of us were totally annoyed by it and like it sucked, but more than that, it was every scream that left her mouth was joy leaving your body because you knew that she was just like suffering. Hopefully at some point someone who cares figured something out for them. I really hope so. But the sad fact of the matter is that mental health care in the United States is a fucking joke. So, anyway, I'm going to unpause this now. I'm just saying that just when people say things with conviction on the internet, it doesn't mean that they're saying true things. Don't like, even me, don't just take everything that I have to say at face value. Just because people were commenting on this, that it didn't sound like a mental breakdown, like people will say things on the internet to look like they know what they're talking about because they get a dopamine hit when people give them fake internet points or agree with them. We're all guilty of that. All of us. It happens to all of us. Just because somebody says something with conviction, with confidence, that doesn't make it real. You have to be careful of that stuff. I'm very naive and fall for that kind of thing all the time. Okay, anyway.
Odd red flag here is that they never proceeded to give any sort of valuable follow-up or proof of call history. Many are still awaiting this, and it really puts this story up in limbo. The very fact that we have absolutely no idea whether this is definitively real or fake is what makes this story eerie. Either this is a hoax, someone had a genuine mental breakdown, or there really is someone out there that was captured without ever being able to escape. The internet is no stranger to obscure and disturbing phenomena, and tonight was a direct exhibition of that.
I feel like
Thank
these
you for
videos
joining me
are
in this latest
so
installment
short.
of disturbing things from around the internet. this has been quite a ride, and I'd like to give an even bigger thanks to each of you for joining me this week as
We're
we
on the
explore
curling
The
route.
Legend
I
of
need
Zelda,
to
Majora's Mask,
really
took a ride through a completely new theory
quickly
on Try Not Goes Above TV, dove
count
headfirst
these.
into the eerie Reddit camera mystery, explored the beautifully surreal world of Interface, and capped everything off with Disturbing Things 5. Wow, this has been an incredible ride, and I hope you all enjoyed this as much as I have while making it. Stay safe tonight. I'll see you in the next one, because as we all know, there's always bound to be more.
He has recently put some effort into his production, so this week's video is like an hour plus. I have been saving up a bunch of Nexpo to watch. I like to save up. I like to bank content creators and binge them. Does that make sense? And I'm in the middle of doing that with Nexpo right now. I just caught up on Big Joel. I almost fucked that right up. I would have been so sad. Thank you so much, James, for resubbing. I appreciate you. I don't really know exactly what to say other than thank you, Doxy, love the
know
content.
Exactly what to say other than thank you, Doxy, love the content. You're the person, and I DKY, but him about to cry. Lol. Thanks for always
Aw.
caring for others, and I will always appreciate you.
I will always appreciate you too. Let's not go crazy. I'm definitely not the best person, hey? All your faves are problematic, okay? But that's really sweet, and I do my best. Thank you so much. I truly appreciate you. I do that usually with educational stuff, like I watch Tom Scoff for like a week straight. I don't know who Tom Scoff is. Hi, Zombie Broccoli. I think that we've watched 2 disturbing things from around the internet. I don't know who Tom Scott is either.
No matter who you are, stumbling upon a mystery or
Ooh,
something
that was
completely ominous
almost
can
bad.
absolutely pique our
I
interest.
need to figure out
Something
a
about
comfortable
the
way to
darker,
hold
more
knitting needles.
mysterious
I'm
side
not
of the
good at
world
this.
has the power to
Excuse
endlessly
me.
spark our
4,
curiosity
5,
as we
6,
all try to
7.
grasp whatever it is that we stumble upon in order to make some sense out
Am
of
I
it.
fucking nuts?
Using the internet for ordinary things like social media, sending emails, and entertaining ourselves is surely commonplace these days. However, the underbelly of the internet is right there under our nose, and often hiding in plain sight. Welcome back to Disturbing Things from Around the Internet. If you're new, this is my series that showcases strange and disturbing internet events and mysteries in a list-like format. If you'd like to get caught up, I have 6 other episodes in a playlist on my channel
We're good.
that'll surely keep you up at night. With that out of the way, it's time, once again, to dive into 5 more hand-picked and disturbing things. From
Oh,
around
you
the
know what?
internet.
We've been live for an hour. Before this one starts, let's go ahead and have a break. I'm gonna run some ads. Everybody, make sure you get up and stretch. Grab your water. Get your snacks. Whatever you gotta do. Those of you that are new here, make sure that you hit the follow. Would love to take that Amazon Prime subscription off your hand if you have nobody to give it to, and check out the Discord if you're enjoying what's going on here. Have you looked into the continental style knitting? I have no idea what you're even talking about, Catalan. I will have to. Anyway, we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. 3 minutes. Guys, I'm sorry. I don't know why the music paused. I'm so sorry. Give me just a second. Really quickly, I was just reminded, my friend Tinfoil Tom, who is, he's a new friend, but he's been a real dope guy, a real swell fella. I just want to let you guys know that one of his, I know that we all love kitties very much, right? Show of hands in chat who loves kitties. One of Tom's viewers, their kitty is sick and needs help. And there's that. If anybody feels like retweeting it or anything. Yeah, just if any of you can do anything or signal boost that at all, that would help out Piper, who is a supporter of Tom's, and helping out Tom appeals to me. So if you guys, if you were like, you know what, maybe I was thinking about donating $10 to Doxy this week or whatever, maybe feel free to forward that on over to Piper and William, because William needs surgery and we're in the business of saving kitties around here for sure. Hey? All right. That's just something that I figured I would signal boost if you like. I mean, please don't feel obligated if you can't do it, if you don't have enough, whatever. But if you did feel up to it, I would appreciate if you guys could at least tweet that out or whatever. I'm going to be tweeting it out tomorrow at around 4 my time, because that's when the most people look at my specific Twitter. Anyway, just thought that I would, you know, you guys helped me so much when Monstro needed life-saving surgery. I know that some of you would be mad if I didn't share that with you. All right, here we go. Can I get 4 readies in chat, please? I don't know why I wasn't asking anybody if they're ready. I would love to get 4 readies, and then we will get back to going here. Love it. We got 3. Nobody else is ready. Hell yeah, that's what I like to see. Continental style knitting. I feel like I've heard that before, but no, I've never looked into it. I will have to remember to. I'm just gonna open a new tab with that Googled.
Number 1 on our list involves a post that was made about a year ago to the paranormal board on Reddit. There, a user by the
Launching
name
in
of
10,
Dragon17
9,
made a plea
8.
asking for some input on a few incredibly ominous screams that he'd caught on camera. In his post, titled, "What's Causing These Screams?" he proceeds to say this.
Oh my God, James,
So I'm
thank
not
you
really
so
sure
much.
what
That's
this
so
is.
nice of
Catalan
you.
31
A lot of people
Sparkler.
tell me
James
different
Rocks 18
things,
gifted a
but
tier
no
1
one
sub
really
to
knows for
Catalan
sure.
31.
Maybe someone here
Thank
can
you
tell
so
me
Their
if
shows
much.
it's
keep subbing the channel.
Earlier in the year, I went on a long road trip.
That was
across the
really
States,
nice of you to
mainly
do,
visiting the national
James. I
parks and a few
appreciate
cities
you.
along the way. Towards the end of the trip, we found ourselves staying in the small town of West Yellowstone.
Edge, 1,
This appeared
2,
to be
3,
an ideal
4,
base
so
while we
still
explored
have-
Yellowstone National Park. We booked into a pretty creepy but cheap motel just off the
Hello?
main street for a couple nights. Me and my fiance had one room, my parents another. On the first morning there, we planned to get up early, catch the sunrise, and hopefully spot some of the local wildlife.
Oh,
So
this is
our
right.
alarms were
Okay,
set
we're
for
good.
5 a.m.
Everything's fine.
At about 4:45 a.m., I was woken up by a loud banging on the door, followed by crying and shouting. I instantly jumped out of bed thinking the worst had happened. I opened the door to my mom in a state of panic, saying, "There's someone screaming. A woman screaming." There, clear as day, I could hear a woman screaming. It sounded like it was within 100 feet of us.
Hey, humanoid
Mom
void,
claimed
how
it
are
was
you?
happening for the last 30 minutes. We wanted to call the police but had no phone signal, no phones in the rooms, We were the only people about.
That's so nice. I appreciate you. Fox, yeah.
With this,
bet.
this post contained a link to an unlisted video on YouTube that gives us a first-hand account at what he'd experienced. In it,
Foxes
we can hear
just
the
straight
screaming
up
that he's
sound
been
like
asking
ladies
about, and
screaming.
it's absolutely something that would halt me in my tracks.
It's so
If I were
scary.
ever to hear this myself.
Screams at the side of my Getting ready for work. I don't know. That does not sound like a fox. That last bit did not sound like a fox.
The strange part about this is that there are no direct cries for help, and he addresses this further on in his Reddit posts. There's no help me, no get
At first,
away,
it definitely sounded like a
nothing,
fox, but it
just the
sounded
manic screams of
progressively
someone
less
or
like
something
one.
clearly in distress. Theories have been thrown up left and right regarding this. Some say it could be methamphetamine abuse. Others have claimed it could be someone going crazy. It could be a fox, someone getting murdered, or even a skinwalker. Take that for what you will. Nonetheless, the video still has no true resolution, and Drudigon
What does the
appears
fox
to
say?
still
Well,
be
now we
looking
know. It says the same
for
as Statler
answers.
and Waldorf and all 2JPE. Okay, this is the fun row. This is the row where we do the actual
Over on
cabling.
the Paranormal Board of Fortune,
I use a
an investigation
skewer.
has been ongoing for about a year now that involves a very
Typically
strange
for my
YouTube
cabling,
commenter
but
community that seems to
I
revel
didn't
in
bring it up
various
here, so
uploads
we're
of
gonna have
baby
to use
monkeys either
my
being
tapestry
neglected,
needle.
injured, or killed. Large quantities of playlists and videos exist that are solely dedicated to their misery, and they all seem to have quite a sizable audience.
Oh yeah, the baby monkey torture.
One
I think
example
that's
that
the
I'd like to touch on
worst.
is this channel
There's
by the
another
name
animal
of
that does
Kill
something
Baby
similar to
Monkeys.
foxes. It sounds like
Here,
screaming
they
sometimes.
have a bunch
Coyote
of
or
playlists
mountain
dedicated
lions,
to
yeah.
very sadistic topics in relation to baby monkeys. And as we can
Fishers
see,
have very
these all
human
have
screams. I
titles
don't know if they
such
range
as
into Yellowstone or
Baby
not.
monkeys
Also,
having a bad time, baby monkeys suffering, baby monkeys are nauseating, dead monkeys, rotten little vermin make you want to kick them. And you get the picture.
Goats. Like
Now,
goats can
most
sound
of the
like
videos in these numerous
grown
playlists don't
masculine
explicitly show animal abuse
screams.
towards monkeys, but rather natural deaths due to other animals, and nature simply being nature. Also in these are ordinary feeding videos, rehabilitation, or those that show neglect by an owner.
Goats are drama queens in a big way. I don't want to watch a monkey suffer. I think that monkeys are precious. Look how cute.
Now I just showed you a couple of quote-unquote ordinary monkey videos, and to be honest, these little guys are pretty cute. Not
Yeah.
gonna lie, I'd love to have one as a pet. But that's besides
You
the
would
point.
hate to have one as a pet, Nexpo.
Interestingly,
It's like having
quite
a
few of the
toddler. You
people
don't
in
want
these comment
that.
sections, like we established, think otherwise, and it's pretty unclear as to exactly why. On this video
No
here,
animal
for
suffering
example,
unless it's my
titled
cats constantly
Sasuke's George
asking for
12,
food.
we can see a pretty
Yeah,
harsh
Kika could
roundup
use a
of
little
comments.
suffering in that regard.
Some well-placed rat traps will take care of him waving his stupid monkey pecker all over the place. Snap. Get that damn filthy thing off the table. Nail it to the table and warm up the jigsaw. It's party time. Death to monkeys.
Why? I don't get it.
This was just one example video out of hundreds that this one YouTube account had compiled. With that being said, let's jump over to another
Local
video
cat
on one
reports
of
it
these
hasn't been
playlists
fed ever in
just
its
to see a
entire
few more
life. Frames
examples.
cruel owners.
Here's a
Straight
video
up.
by a user named GGGY1004
My cats do that.
titled Poor Baby Monkey 2012-26. According to the description, this baby was injured by another monkey and looks as if it's
No.
being consoled by an elder.
No, I'm not. We're
Throughout
not.
the comments here,
I can't
we
do
can
animal
see a hefty amount
cruelty.
of people expressing remorse
can't.
for this little guy and hoping he's all right. As you might have guessed, though, yes, the sadists are here. Circulating about this involves some
Sorry,
solid points.
I
However,
won't.
concrete evidence surrounding them leaves much to be desired. Some have floated the idea that these could all be foreigners that simply consider these monkeys as pests, pickpocketing and destroying the structures that
I
they live
fucking
by.
refuse.
The thing
I don't even
about
like
this
monkeys,
is,
but I
though,
can't look at
that
any
most of
animal
the
in
names
pain.
of these
Same.
people seem to be in
J-Rod.
perfect English. It isn't
Like,
Google
I don't-
Translate English either.
Okay.
It all
Don't
seems
ever,
just
ever.
ordinary, as if they're natively from an
Tell-
English-speaking country. With that being
But I don't
said,
like.
a
I
user by the
just
name
don't
of
like guinea
Kumbio
pigs. I
Boombox
just
on my
don't.
subreddit
But one
explains that this
of the
simply
people
isn't
that I
a
follow on
sufficient or
Twitter,
substantial,
she
by
has
any
guinea
means,
pigs,
explanation
and some
for
of
the
them
sheer
have been sick,
magnitude
and a couple
the
of them
torture
have died
fantasies that these
recently.
people
And
engage
like,
in.
it was devastating to read about
A
that. I don't
second
even
theory
like. I
about
do
this
not like
involves
guinea
the idea
pigs.
that sadistic pedophiles could be using these monkey videos as a parallel or proxy to real children. This is sort of tied to theory number 3, which we'll get to in a second, but it seems like these people have this undying vendetta against babies, and babies only.
I can't handle it.
The third theory involves
That's
a
so
possibility surrounding
sad.
the uncanny valley, and how these primates tread in that gray
Monkeys are
area
great.
where
I've
some
heard a lot of stories with
anti-competitor
monkeys.
genes
One
might
robbed a
come into
bank,
play.
another worked a
It seems like
railroad,
these people could
and
be
one
seen
got a
as little
gig in a
guides or some sort of
hairdresser's.
an evolutionary threat, for some reason or another, as primates are the closest genetic relative to humans.
Rats are awesome. They're so affectionate and
Nonetheless,
smart.
the community
I
surrounding this
love
strange
them.
phenomenon is very
I
much
love
still active
rats.
in various YouTube comment sections, and while it's been shared throughout the past decade or so on numerous websites and subreddits, a true
Okay,
explanation
so
for the
now it's
reasoning
time for
behind this bizarre
cabling.
movement has been unclear and
Edge 1,
remains
2,
as
3.
such
Yeah.
to this day.
So we need to get 2 of them and hold them to the back.
Number 3 on our list involves a Facebook post by a user named Jose de Jesus. In it, he makes a post claiming that, "I just got this image and video, very scary." Attached are 2 photos and 3 videos relating to an extremely high-speed race that was ongoing at night on a freeway. Itching for a bit of context, I did some digging.
See you
on the
later, Dragon Run. I
situation,
hope you have a
and it
wonderful
apparently
evening.
Took place in Cape Town on the N1 freeway. In the footage that was captured by spectators on an overlying bridge, we can see one of the cars lose control before brutally crashing into the median. While, yes, crashes happen
It's really
all
hard
the
to do
time,
this in a way that you
this
guys
one is
can see
especially
it.
troubling when you consider the fact that the driver was seriously injured in a very disturbingly gruesome way. Before we get on to that topic, however, let's take a look at the crash footage itself.
Jeez. They were street racing. Oh, that's so dangerous. Not that they deserved this. Car went noom. Yeah. And now we knit one, and then we have to bring one to the front and knit 2. Before we talk about the accident, let's talk about our sponsor, Raid Shadow Legends. Jeez. Look at all that damage. Jeez.
If we go by the image attached in Jose's Facebook post, we're able to conclude that this wreck happened at upwards of 192 miles, or 312 kilometers per hour. Clearly, a very deadly speed to maintain.
Was that one of the racers? Yes.
With this in mind, watching the video that the passenger in this car took during this race really puts the true danger of this into perspective.
Now we have to knit 2 before putting the one on the needle back on. Well, I guess these are all needles, but the one on the yellow needle. Whoops. There we go.
Watching both of those videos were definitely some of the more disturbing things that I've ever seen on the internet. However,
That was
none
really
of those
scary.
compared to the third upload that this guy had in his post. Like we established before, the driver was critically injured in his crash. But how bad actually was it? If this last video is anything to go by, then it's safe to say that he was to the point where I wouldn't even want to be alive. I've seen my fair share of gruesome
Don't
and
think he's
disturbing
gonna
things on the
show
internet,
gore.
but this one absolutely takes the cake. as I
But
couldn't even watch
let's
it for
all be
longer
on our
than a second.
toes here.
For that reason, I won't be showing the
Okay.
uncensored version to you, but rather this Facebook censored one. In it, we can hear audio of the driver desperately clinging to life as doctors try to help him.
Wow.
In the bits of this video that I was able to peek at, I noticed a huge piece of the car door frame jutting through this guy's head.
Jesus.
I could go into further and more gruesome detail of this not safe for life image, but just know that this didn't kill him, and he is, to the fullest extent, in critical condition. The situation goes to show that when driving, it's easy to get brave. It's easy to constantly think, crashes? Won't be me. I'm a fantastic driver. I got this. But this type of thing can happen in an instant. These
Yeah.
drivers, very idiotically,
You're not the
had
only driver
absolutely
on the
no
road,
regard for
hey?
their passengers or others on the road, and I'm incredibly glad that there were no innocent bystanders or drivers within the car's trajectory, since if there were, this absolutely could have turned out infinitely worse than it had.
Sorry, y'all. One sec.
This fourth entry surrounds a video that was
No,
posted
no,
to
no,
YouTube
no,
in
no,
2013.
no, no.
The title of it is Couple Drowns in Front of Camera. This 7-minute video shows the tragic turn of events that occurred while a couple, a 22-year-old by the name of Haitham Mohammed Dayan and his newlywed wife, whose name I was unable to locate,
Ugh.
spend their one-year honeymoon at a pond located in the Bait Bas area south of Sana'a, Yemen. This cell phone footage was taken by Haitham himself as he propped the phone up on a rock to film their embrace.
Now we just knit one.
Through the video,
Did I
everything
do
seems
that
to be going
twice?
just fine,
Please
with the
tell
two
me I didn't
having
just
what
do
seems
that
like
twice.
a great time
I didn't.
before
We're good.
Haitham appears to slip. Afterwards, you can see him attempt to cling to his wife in desperation before she's dragged into the water as well. Fighting for survival, the two then try their hardest to make it back to shore together, but that proved to be futile. After about a minute or so of panic and screaming, they both submerge, never to return to surface for the remainder of the video. The unfortunate part of this is that, had they not panicked, then they'd probably have had a chance to both make it back to shore, but in the moment, Haitham desperately grabbed onto his wife and resulted in her meeting the same fate as he. This video goes to show that no matter who you are, you absolutely need to ensure that, when spending time in any body of water, whether it be a lake, pond, river, ocean, or creek, it's imperative that either precautions are taken or that you know how to swim on your own, as if this were the case here, this would have undoubtedly turned out very differently.
After sliding off the road and totaling my truck last month because of snow
This
and
last
a
entry
tree
has
off
stuck
the
with me
road, I
for
definitely
quite a
understand
while,
how
ever
fast
since
and
I
sudden it
initially
can happen.
discovered
Yeah,
it.
it's scary.
On
I'm so
August
sorry
8th
to
of
hear that that happened to
2013,
you,
a
even
man by the name
Void.
of Brandon Lawson had gotten into a pretty heated argument with his longtime girlfriend by the name of Ladessa Lofton. Needing some space and time to cool off, he called his dad to see if he could make a 3-hour drive over there to spend the night. Trying to talk him out of it, since it was so late in the night, Brandon embarked on his journey at 11:54 p.m. en route to Crowley, Texas. Just 40 miles later, though, he would suddenly run out of gas. After pulling over, he proceeded to call his brother, Kyle, for help, and once he arrived to assist Brandon, he was nowhere to be found. After searching for what seemed like hours, nothing was found. However, the very next day, the realization was made that Brandon had actually made a sudden call to 911 shortly after hanging up with his brother. In it, we can hear a very shaken Brandon try to explain the situation that he's been caught up in. Have a listen.
Its name is Judy. It's a pig-tailed macaque. And what it does is pick the lice and bugs in the hair before they cut, and its hands are so soft. He will fall asleep while having the treatment. There's a salon that lets people with lice and bugs in.
Okay, now run that by me. We're not talking to him. I actually ran into him. Ah, you ran into him. Okay. That's the first guy. Do you need an ambulance? Yeah, no, I need the cops. Okay. Is anybody hurt?
Probably more just foolish. Yeah, Quinn, you're not wrong.
Hello? Hello? Ah, you ran into him. Okay. That's the first guy. Do you need an ambulance? Ah, you ran into him. Okay. That's the first guy. Do you need
There
an
was
ambulance?
somebody else talking. Yeah.
Ah, you ran into him. Okay. That's the first guy. Do you need an ambulance? Ah, you ran into him. Okay. That's the first guy. Do you need an ambulance?
That is eerie.
Tons of speculation and controversy have arisen from this ominous 911 call, but the primary consensus surrounding it is that it's, to this very day, an unsolved mystery. Police, allegedly, were initially hesitant on considering this a missing persons case due to outstanding warrants that were issued for Lawson. They believed that he'd attempted to run off to get away from them and that he'd turn up sometime soon, but, as we know, this was not the case.
All cops are
You
bastards.
see,
Anytime
Brandon
somebody's
had 4
fucking
children
reported
whose relatives say
missing,
he'd never abandon, and coupled with the strange reaction by police, it almost seems
take
to
that
some
shit
that this case was somewhat
seriously.
swept under the rug
God,
due to police
fuck.
disinterest. Hearing the frantic voice of Brandon play back is haunting. As the video pointed out, it absolutely sounds like he wasn't alone, and being so late in the night, it's chilling to contemplate on what could have really transpired on that late evening, just 40 miles from his home. The underbelly of the internet, like we established, is a very interestingly ominous place. Strange and obscure posts, stories, and articles seemingly pop up every day, and tonight we were able to touch on a few of them. Thank you all for joining me in this 7th installment
It's in
of
a
Disturbing
jungle like
Things from Around the Internet.
Asia.
I hope you enjoyed this,
Listen.
and if you have any other strange, bite-sized mysteries and internet happenings that you'd like to see on a future episode, I'd love to check them out. With that being said, thanks once again for watching. I'll see you in the next one. I love you all, and good night.
It's the Doki Doki song! See you later, Humanoid Void. Have a good one. I fucking love this. I love this mix of this song. Only Doxica. Shit. I've done one. I need to do one more. Okay, we're good. Let me just make extra sure. Really quick, I'm going to count. And then...
Since the dawn of the internet, data sharing across various mediums has been commonplace in many households around the world. Allowing everybody to become interconnected within a vast sea of endless information was absolutely inconceivable just a few short decades ago, definitely becoming something that we take for granted today, whether we realize it.
Hi, Azathoth.
Within this vast sea of surface
Hello,
level
guys,
internet
gals, and
content,
non-binary
an
pals.
underbelly exists
It's good to
that
see you.
harbors some of the darkest videos, images, posts, stories, and real-life situations that people have documented online. These,
No
for the
idea,
most part,
James.
are largely hidden away from those that refrain from doing a little digging. But luckily for you, tonight we're going to explore 5 of them that I've recently come across. Welcome back to Disturbing Things from Around the Internet. This is a showcase series of various disturbing finds that I've stumbled upon online in the last few months. If you're new, this is part 8, so if you haven't yet, definitely go check out volumes 1 through 7 after this video.
Jeez Louise.
With that out of the
There we
way,
go.
get comfortable because it's time, once again, to dive
I think
into
I
5
actually
more
did fuck up.
handpicked and disturbing things from around the internet.
Because we should be able to purl 1 and then knit 3 and then edge. I'm gonna hope that I didn't fuck up and not start over because the rest of the cables will be right and I'm just practicing right now anyway.
Number 1 on our list involves an upload by a user named Avalesser60.
And I really just don't
In
feel
July
like
of
starting
2011,
over.
they would post a video titled Doxy's Ghost.
Sorry.
At
Hello?
just 4 minutes long, the upload involves a woman that went to the kitchen late at night to grab a snack. On the way back to her room, she noticed her dog
I beg
standing
your
at the end of
pardon?
the hallway, staring at something and absolutely refusing to come to her, no matter what. At this point, she pulls her phone out to begin filming, realizing that something isn't right
Dog
here.
sees but said, okay. Good call. That is totally it.
Can you come over here now? Come here. Come on. Can you come here? Come here, Smooch.
It might be my ghost. I do have like
It's okay.
ultra vivid dreams. So sometimes I wonder if I'm visiting other dimensions.
It's okay. Come on. It's okay.
We know your future ghost self has time traveling powers. Man, I do hope that we get to be ghosts
It's
and that
okay,
we get
come
to
on.
time travel after the big one.
It's okay. Come on.
After we go tits up.
Come here. Come by mommy. Come on. Smooch, come on. It's okay. Come on. Come on.
We should all agree to come back to this moment and haunt Doxy. Yep. There is a Ouija board on the wall right now. Knock it down. Do it. I'll shit my pants. I will.
After a couple minutes of this, she eventually begins yelling out, "Leave my dog alone," convinced that
Y'all
she's
ain't
accompanied
very
by some
good
sort of entity
haunters.
that's preying on her dog. Standing firm, she continues to convince it to come to her.
Ultra vivid dream, but only if you're
opened your
sleeping
cabinet for
face
you.
up, right? I only sleep on my belly, actually.
Come on.
How do you know you won't go tits down? I don't know. That's a very good point.
Come here, baby.
That is a very good point. Look at our words when a smile says it all.
Leave my dog alone.
This bitch knows what's good.
Okay, come on.
She's like, that's my baby. I'll kill you
on,
again. I am not afraid of you.
Come. 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 Come.
Poor Pupper is obviously so fucking scared.
Like we just saw at the end, the dog never ends up following her command, ultimately retreating around the corner. The comments on this video are surprisingly sparse. Some were drawing parallels to their strange experience with their pets, while others were attempting to rationalize the situation. One commenter claimed that this wasn't the work of any sort of ghost at all, but rather, the dog was scared of the black box at the edge of the frame, or what it presumed to be a shadow in the kitchen. Now, in a way this makes sense, but they're hell-bent on staying on their side of the hallway at all costs. Dogs generally know their homes pretty well. What about this box or shadow would freak it out so much here? Also, we can notice that the dog stares up at the top
I will
right
throw
corner
down,
for most
bitch.
of
You
the
think you're
video,
so tough.
which makes it seem like whatever it's scared of isn't
Sadako,
exactly on
crawling out of that
or near the
TV.
floor. Nonetheless, the video is strange, and at just over 1.5 thousand views in nearly 8 years, it definitely deserves some more insight. This dog saw something. What that something is, exactly, is unclear, and it might sit that way for good.
The woman in the tree. Okay. I actually recently started writing a book based off
This
a
second
series
entry
of
comes from
dreams
a
I had
YouTube
back in
video
high
that gained
school.
major traction
Man,
a couple years ago. Over on the channel
the only
by name of
recurring dream
Jitsu
I've ever had
Kumar,
is
the video
about
was
my
posted on
mom
October 1st
dying.
of 2017, titled Bital Woman
It's
Viral
not
Video.
rad.
This centers around a mysterious lady from the Bital village and carries with it an insane amount of questions. The video in question is 7
I used
minutes
to have dreams
long,
about my
and
friends
here
killing
we
me
can see a shot of a woman
back
in a
when I was
white
in high
robe
school.
sitting in a tree. Nothing really all
in just
that
like
out of the
really
ordinary.
fucked up ways
For the
too.
next couple minutes, we can see her making her way up to the top, still relatively normal. Perhaps she's doing some sort of show or just enjoys climbing trees. Really, to each their own. The video begins
Had
to get
nightmares of my
strange,
father
though,
for like
and
10
we
years
begin to
after he
take a
died.
look
Yeah.
around the cameraman. Many are filming, which begins to drive
I
home
haven't
the
had
idea
the
that
dream
something
in a
just isn't
really
right
long
here.
time.
Around the 4-minute mark, something incredibly bizarre happens. She finally makes her way to the
Have you ever
top
had a dream where
and
you were
just
gone for years?
stands there,
That happened to me once.
motionless.
I had a son. His name was Alex. I miss him very much.
What's blowing my mind about this entire thing, first and foremost, is how she's managing to keep her balance all the way at the top of this large tree on such a small branch. It doesn't seem to bow, and it doesn't look like she has any support to keep her so still. So what's going on? Incredibly curious about the context here, I dug through the comments, but this didn't lead very far. Some were simply writing this off as totally fake, while others, like myself, were trying to get some backstory. What I was able to find, though, was a video by a channel called Viral V. They posted this footage as well, and made the claim that this woman was doing this because she was possessed by a spirit. Now, I wasn't able to find any definitive proof of this claim, and it could very easily be written off as mere dramatization. Itching for something more definitive, I did some more digging on this woman in a tree phenomenon, and found a few
Oh,
other videos of
Sperry,
various
I've
people
had
doing the exact
those.
same
No
thing,
good.
all with crowds
No
surrounding
good
them,
at all.
cheering them on, and filming.
Okay, so this isn't
This
supposed
leads
to
me to
look
the
like
assumption
this.
that
I
this
don't know
has
what
to
I
be
did
some sort of
wrong. This
ritual.
sucks. I'm upset.
Unfortunately,
I
information
definitely
about
fucked
said
something up
ritual is
here.
incredibly sparse online, so this is merely another theory. Nonetheless, the woman ended up making it back down safely.
Okay.
Whether
bro.
this was the work of a demonic possession or a sort of rite of passage, this footage is bizarre, and to this day, remains
supposed to
cloaked
be
in
it?
mystery.
Hold on.
In August of 2013, a Florida man named Derek Medina and his wife Jennifer Alfonso were going about their lives after becoming recently remarried.
Okay.
Unbeknownst to
I
most
see
that
what's
knew
going
them,
on
though,
here.
their marriage would soon begin to
We're good.
take an
Everything's good.
extremely grim turn. On August 8th, Derek would post a sudden Facebook status. From his cell phone, at about 8 p.m. that night, he would go forth to say this: I'm going to prison or death sentence for killing my wife. Love you guys, miss you guys, take care Facebook, you'll see me in the news. My wife was punching me and I'm scared. I'm not going to stand anymore with the abuse, so I did what I did. I hope you understand me. Fittingly, his Facebook friends were shocked. Was this some sort of joke? A hoax? Was
He did
hacked?
not post a picture. Please tell me he did not
quite.
fucking
As
post
soon
a
after this
picture.
post went live, he'd contact his relatives, explain to them what happened, change clothes, and head over to the police station to turn himself in. During the initial investigation, authorities caught sight of security cameras that Medina had put up in their home. After confiscating that and going over the footage, we're able to see firsthand what actually played out that night.
3. 4. I can't read that. I really ought to be doing this. Not that you guys can see what the fuck I'm talking about. If you were looking away, chat, distressing footage inbound, true.
You might notice in that video that after the smoke flies up from the gunshots, he leaves the room before returning to take a second look at her. This wasn't just to take a second look. Remember that Facebook status that I mentioned prior from Derek?
No.
He posted another one as well at around the same time.
No.
In this other post by him, we're able to see his deceased wife slumped back. The caption that he attached to this was a grim R.I.P. Jennifer Alfonso. Since this happened, Derek Medina had, like we
I
established,
had a full conversation with
himself
my
in.
great-grandpa and my uncle. I even told
Interestingly,
them
though,
he died,
he
and
pled
they
in
said, I know, we
self-defense,
were looking
claiming
after
that she
you. We
charged
were
at him
very
with a knife.
strong.
Because of this claim and the results of the investigation, he was convicted of second-degree murder and ultimately was sentenced to life in prison.
So a normal dream for you
Across
when
the
I say
internet,
I have
you're
a
able to
weird
find
dream,
more
yeah.
surveillance videos of what actually went on behind closed doors in their home. These are hard to watch, but ultimately
secret
reveal that the
rooms.
domestic struggles that the two faced in their relationship were probably more common.
Yeah, Catalan,
What do you think?
you and I are bonded in that way. I definitely understand. Okay, we gotta pearl 2 more of these. Or wait, yeah, we gotta pearl 2 more of these bad boys.
On February 21st, 2018, in a northwest Dallas suburb, 2 house fires would occur
Real quick,
in a residential
favor
neighborhood.
to ask y'all,
These
if
were
any of
later
you ever
determined to
murder
be linked
anybody,
to a
please
natural
don't
gas
post
pipeline that runs
their
straight through the
picture on the
community.
internet where their loved ones can
2 days
see
later,
their
a
murdered
third
body.
incident will play out
Please
just
and
around
thanks.
the corner. On February 23rd,
That's fucked up, don't do
Rogers
it.
family's lives would be forever changed.
Also,
when
don't
a
murder
natural
people
gas
maybe, but, like, if you
explosion
have
would
to.
occur within their home. Ominously, the moments leading up to this were actually documented by their 12-year-old daughter, Michelita. According to the Rogers family, she was recording iPhone videos early that morning for fun, goofing off and sharing her excitement as she got ready for a cheerleading
Hi,
event
CB.
later that day.
I'm gonna get ready for the
I make no promises. Quinn!
I don't want to turn on all of the lights, so I went ahead and connected my straightener, and I still have to connect the curling iron. And I already got halfway started doing the braid.
After this, she would proceed to make a time lapse of the next few minutes as she got ready. The first few seconds of this seemed pretty ordinary, and there was absolutely no implication that anything had gone awry. Until one frame, when the camera goes dark.
So I'm giving my arms a rest for a second. Yeah, maybe just don't murder.
This gas
Like,
explosion
if you can
had led
help
to the passing of
it.
Michelita and the injury of her parents and brother. According to her mother, who was out of the room, this
so
happened out
sad.
of nowhere while she was asleep. Once it happened and she came to, her and her husband rushed over to their daughter to find her stuck under dresser drawers. After getting her out, they rushed her outside to firefighters who laid her on the ground, as she, at the time, was still alive. In the moments during this, her mother would whisper to her in Spanish, "Fight like a warrior," confident that she got the message. After being rushed to the hospital, about a half hour later, she was pronounced dead by doctors who claimed that her internal injuries were simply too severe. The explosion had decimated their house,
Poor baby.
causing the roof to cave in, and for
She
it to
was so
sit, to
excited
this
about
day, in ruin.
her
Since
cheerleading
this haunting
stuff.
event,
Golly.
Michelita has become one of 9 people to have died by natural gas leaks in North Texas since 2006. Since this, her mother has spoken out, claiming
Wow, it's
that it
almost
hasn't
like
gotten easier.
It's almost like conservatives
Sometimes I
don't
don't feel
compare
the damage
about
in my
or
body.
don't care about
I feel the pain in my
infrastructure.
heart.
It's almost like that.
A lawsuit was later filed
Wow.
against Atmos
Wowee.
Energy, who were in the neighborhood replacing aging
Novel.
steel pipes during the days leading up to and on the date of her passing. Apparently, the
I need to look at my
neighborhood that they
phone
lived
for a
in
moment.
was long
I
neglected by the company,
apologize.
leading to the onslaught of gas-related incidents in the area. While the company has denied the claims, the lawsuit is still pending. The passing of Michelita is undoubtedly something that no family should ever have to endure. She fought like a warrior,
Fix it if
but
it
seeing as she was at the
explodes
very
straight
epicenter
up.
of this blast, not shielded by any walls or barriers, her life had come to an end in one of the most tragic ways imaginable.
Oh, you do keep doing the knitting row. Okay, that's good to know. Guys, is it Thursday?
A widow named Sandra Harold and her pet chimpanzee, Travis, have lived together in Stamford, Connecticut since 1995. Having raised him with
Ghost
her late
Adventures
husband since he
Day.
was just days old, Sandra often referred to Travis as more of a son than a pet. They'd often bring him along to work and his shopping trips around town, and having been socialized around
Don't get a
humans for his entire
chimpanzee.
life,
Chimpanzees
the
will
Harolds
fucking
maintained a growing
snap and
trust
murder
in what
you.
they
Hi,
believed to be
doll lover.
his
Good to see
extremely
you.
calm and well-trained demeanor. On the night
We
of
get gas leak
February
explosions
16,
here in Seattle too. I'm not sure we
2009,
can blame this on any
notion would be
particular
thrown into a
political
tailspin
ideology. We
when a
1
friend
million
by the name
percent
of
can
Charlotte
blame
Nash
bad
would visit
infrastructure
them.
on fucking
Around the same time
conservatives.
she'd arrived,
You are so
Travis had
smart
gotten
and
a
you
hold of
know
Sandra's
that.
car keys and left the house.
1
Noticing that Charlotte
million
was holding
percent
a
we can
tickled
blame
Elmo,
bad infrastructure on
Travis's favorite toy,
conservatives.
he brutally attacked her, latching his hands onto her face and pulling it apart, piece by piece. At this point, Sandra would grab a butcher knife and run out to begin stabbing him in an attempt to get him to stop. This ended
Yeah,
up
but
being
the
futile,
laptop?
though,
Oh my
as it
God.
only made him angrier.
J-Rod, don't.
Since this was the case, Sandra rushed back to grab the phone. She dialed 911 and, in a desperate plea,
Okay.
manically described the
So
situation as it
now
was
I guess it's
unfolding
the
in front of
knitting
her.
row. I thought that we only repeated the purling row and the cabling row,
Stanford 911, where's your emergency?
but we won't be able to see what's going on with this for a really long time. Today is your Friday. No work tomorrow, and the hubby and I are going to a tattoo and horror con. Hello, I want to go. What? That's amazing. I didn't know that there was like
What's
a
the
mixture,
problem,
and
friend?
also where is it? And also,
What's
is
the
it
problem with your
national?
friend?
Like,
I need to know.
I'm in Canada, not America. Or Canada is America. You know what I mean. Not in the United States.
What is the problem?
He's killing my friend.
Who's killing your friend?
My chimpanzee.
Oh, your chimpanzee is killing your friend.
He ripped her apart. Hurry up. With a gun. Hurry up, please.
There's someone on the way.
With guns, please. You shoot him.
Afraid of
What is the monkey
needles?
doing?
Tattoos
Tell me
require a lot of needles. You are horrified.
Face off?
It's in Nashville, Tennessee. It's a bit of a trek for me. I don't get to
Okay,
go.
I need you to calm down a little bit. They're on the way.
Maybe
Can
next
you
year.
Put yourself away. I don't want the monkey attacking
I really
you.
want to start going to paranormal conventions, though, like
they're on
straight
the
up.
way,
I
man.
really want to.
They gotta shoot him, please. Please, hurry. Please tell him. Please tell him to kill him, please.
They did, Sandra. They're shooting at him already, okay?
But he's not dead.
I know. They will continue until he's dead, okay? I just need you to stay on the phone with me and breathe.
That's so sad. Like, that chimp did not have to die. Like, you just wanted a trendy pet. Like, why would you do that? Or not a trendy pet, a quirky pet, I meant to say. Some animals
When
are
the
not
police
meant to
arrived,
fucking be
Travis,
pets.
After engaging with the officers, was
Chimpanzees
shot
are one
numerous
of
times,
them.
which resulted in his death. As for Carla, her face was completely ripped off, and she was immediately rushed to the hospital, where she underwent over 7 hours of surgery on her face and hands. According to medics, she lost
I
her
was
hands,
just telling
nose,
my lion
eyes,
that.
lips, mid-face bone structure, and maintained
Stop.
significant brain injuries. A few weeks later, it was announced that she'd be blind for life. Afterwards, she was offered the opportunity to undergo experimental transplant surgery due to the extreme nature of her injuries, and this seemed to be successful. Until later,
It's always
when her
the
body
monkey
began
that
to
takes her
reject
head,
them,
yeah.
resulting in her undergoing even more corrective surgery. According to toxicology reports, shortly before this incident, Travis had been given a mixture of prescribed Xanax and tea in Sandra's attempt at treating his Lyme disease. This is widely believed to be the cause of his manic episode, as the drug causes paranoia and hallucinations in chimpanzees. In 2009, the Nash
I
family
didn't
would
mean to
file
do
a
that.
$50 million lawsuit against Sandra Harold. A year later, though, at age 72, Harold would pass away due to a ruptured aortic aneurysm.
Shit.
Because of this,
I have to fix
the Nash
this.
family
So
ended up
sorry.
reaching a settlement with Harold's estate, which was valued at about $4 million.
There we go.
Charla Nash is, to this day, still undergoing recovery efforts from the attack. What played out on the night of February 16th, 2009 is incredibly tragic.
Why would you
and
drug
will
your chimp? She
undoubtedly
was trying to
remain in the
treat
back of her mind
his
for the
disease.
rest of her life.
Like, why would you have a fucking chimp? What, like, that is just cruel. It's just cruel. It's
The
going
internet
to
is
end
a beautifully
in
enigmatic place. All over it, we're able to find
terror.
oddities buried within its darkest corners, and tonight, we've touched on 5 of them. Thank you so much for joining me in this 8th installment of Disturbing Things from
Okay,
Around
so
the Internet.
7. We need to do
If
7.
you know of any other bite-sized
minutes.
discoveries that you'd like to see on any future
All right, it's
installment,
time for us
definitely
to
throw them my
take
way on
another
Twitter or via
break.
email. With that being said,
One,
thanks
I
once again
need
for
to
watching.
get through these
I'll
7
see you in
though.
the next one.
2.
I love you all, and good night.
3. Fuck. Come on. 4. 5. 6. This is the last one. Oh, next po. Next po, baby. Please. Keep that intro going, my love. Pause. Hell yeah. Okay, everybody hang tight. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Check out the Discord if you're new here. Hello. How are we doing, everybody? We can get right back into it if you like. Me and Josiah made some Chex Mix. I'm sorry, Josiah and I made some Chex Mix last night. I never made it in the microwave before, but we did this time. And it's like soggy and not crispy. And it's really weird, and I don't know why people do this instead of putting it in the oven. But I thought, what the heck, let's try it. I regret it. Still tastes good, though. Can I get 4 readies in chat, please? I have to eat it with a spoon out of a mug. Excellent, thank you. Let's go.
If you're like me, then you love spending a good
Hi,
Friday night
babe.
with a drink or snack.
Did
in
you guys
hand,
finish
binging
over
some
there?
Creepy websites, videos, and online posts that you might dig up. While we know damn well that these will creep us out and/or keep us up all night, there's something about it that's so incredibly captivating
I love
that
you.
we endlessly subject ourselves to this spooky torture. Welcome back to Disturbing Things from Around the Internet, your one-stop shop for bite-sized and unnerving finds that I've stumbled upon in the last few months. We're on episode 9 now, so if you're craving some more content after this, go check out the playlist on my channel for the 8 other videos from this series to endure.
I can't
It's
believe we're
time
already on
this
9.
October night to dive into 5 more hand-picked and disturbing things from around the internet.
That's a-okay, babe. No worries at all.
There's a subreddit called r/ghosts that I've been subscribed to for a while now. Most of the content on there typically falls into the category of an orb picture, a video
Alright, we'll
that
be
shows
here,
dust
CB.
flying past a camera, or a testimonial
You
of
are
something out
a
of the
J-Rod,
ordinary that
you
might have
are.
happened to someone. Occasionally, however, things will pop up on there that legitimately freak me out, and such was the case here. On June 30th, a user named EnigmasLight209 made a post. Years ago, my sister had a Dora doll that she really loved that could move its head electronically. However, we never put batteries in it because at the time we couldn't afford a lot of stuff. My mom caught my sister singing and playing with the doll, not even noticing that the doll turns its head to look at her. Attached here is a video that's 33 seconds long. In it, we can see the bizarre phenomenon that they'd experienced. Have a look.
No DMCA. That was pretty spooky. That's pretty spooky. Oh, that's really unsettling. I have to assume
According
that
to
it's
the
just
OP,
lying, that
this
there's
video was filmed by
batteries
their
in it.
mother. Apparently, she thought the singing was cute and whipped her phone out to record. It was only at the moment when the mom finally showed the dad that the weird movement
Thought it was cute?
noticed.
That was precious.
In this comment, they explain, "While I have no way to show credibility other than my word, I'll add a bit of info. My mom and sister were the only ones home at the time, and my mom thought my sister was really cute singing and stuff. When my dad came home, my mom showed him the video of her, and he was the one to notice its movement. He's actually the one who recorded the video I posted in this post. As for the doll, he threw it away that same night." Now, if there's one thing I've learned from running this channel, it's to always remain a skeptic. Enigma's light definitely seems genuine here, and while I'd love to believe that we've captured some sort of ghost activity on camera, unfortunately, without concrete proof that there weren't any batteries inside of it, it's hard to completely run with their story.
Agree.
Regardless, the video and testimony is one of the creepier ones that I've seen online, and if their story is legitimate, then, well, it looks as if they've caught some sort of paranormal entity on camera.
It's very scary
Good thing
that it turns and looks right at the fucking camera. That's scary. Okay. Back to the knitting.
Entry number 2 comes from YouTube. Back in February of 2011, a user by the name of Book
We're on the knitting room?
would begin to make a series of videos outlining an extremely odd stalking situation that they'd become wrapped up in. According to a February 12th upload,
Which
Book
means
claims that for
edge,
several months,
knit,
a guy has made it
knit,
a point to sit
purl,
next to him on the train,
knit 1,
follow him from there
2,
to his
3,
car,
4,
and strike
5,
up
6, 7.
conversations
So we got to
that
purl
led
twice.
absolutely nowhere. After threatening legal action, he still unapologetically persisted.
Maybe he's
Apparently,
fairy.
This all
But,
stemmed
like,
from one simple
why?
conversation that this man named Gerard.
Who would do that to their
attempted start
kid?
with
Then
him months
again,
prior.
we've seen some
Unbeknownst to Book,
disturbing
this
fucking
simple
ways
convo
that
would
parents
result in
treat
him
their
opening up
children
a
on
can of
this
worms
channel.
That would become his worst nightmare. On his channel, we see 4 videos in different situations, all surrounding Gerard following him on different days.
And I have the train cars.
Eventually, Book becomes fed up and decides to confront him directly about his incessant stalking. In the last video he took, on February 18th, he decides to make a scene in order to get the point across that he wants to be left alone. Here, the video opens up with Gerard following Boog off the train before Boog finally turns around and tells him to get back on and to stop following him.
I'm gonna pause it really quick.
Stay on.
Pausing. Okay. So I don't know if I saw this on Nexpo's channel before, but I have seen the Ballad of Boog and Gerard. I have seen this tale. I feel really, really bad for both people. I feel like Gerard just thinks of this person as his friend. I think that Gerard is not all the way there and is like socially incompetent, and he just really likes this person. I can understand why this person is scared by it, and I feel bad for both of them. And I could be wrong, but like this one sets off my empathy bells on so many levels. Hi, Ash. How are you? It's good to see you. It's really good to see you. Anyway, yeah, this one makes all of my motherly parts of my emotional range go haywire. Like, I just want to scoop them both into a hug and be like, you boys are okay. Anyway, sorry. Just had to get my 2 cents out there.
Stop following me. Sit down and stop following me. Sit down and stop following me. We're going. Sit down. We're going.
Hi, sweet boy. Oh, Kika's here. No, I'm with you. Gerard isn't malicious, but he's missing some screws. Definitely.
Okay, somebody to get off train and somebody to stay on.
I feel so bad. I feel so bad for them. Hi, baby kitty.
And serious. Still following me.
As we could see, even the efforts by the woman that helped him board a different train car were futile, as the second that Book sat down and looked to the left, Gerard was staring directly at him. Unfortunately, after this point in time, the uploads regarding this seemed to stop entirely. While this is so,
you guys can't
Book
see
did
him.
end up giving us an update after all, albeit in the form of a description update. Here, he claims this. Thank you all for the concerned and constructive comments and feedback on these stalker videos. These were recorded in 2011, and since then, this guy has disappeared. After bringing the police in on the matter, I think he got the hint and I was left alone. There are numerous other events that weirded me out, which aren't detailed in the videos, but I was lucky and was unscathed in all of my interactions. So, luckily Book was okay.
I feel,
Regardless though,
okay, really
acquiring a
quick.
stalker is never
I'm
a
gonna
fun
pause
situation to
again.
deal with.
And I
Book
don't.
had no idea who this.
Oh, okay. This might sound victim blaming. Please tell me if I'm off base and being fucked up here. Like, sincerely, I might be. But I feel like Boog made up that part that he left out some things and he's lucky to get away unscathed. I feel like he couldn't take the heat of people being like, that dude seems pretty non-threatening, which, again, you're allowed to be afraid if you have a stalker. And I don't think that anybody that follows you around is all the way, like, safe, right? Like, there's definitely something going on there. But, like, I don't believe. I just feel like if it was, I don't know, this is also feeling very victim blamey. This feels very victim blamey, and I think I'm going to stop. Hi, Kels. How are you? I think maybe I'm being fucked up. I don't know. Okay, I'm unpausing. Sorry.
This guy was, or what he was capable of, and if he was this persistent in following him on camera, I can only imagine where else he'd possibly followed him when they were turned off.
At a certain point, it is a matter of gauge the situation. Yeah, you're not wrong, and like I can't be there, so it's kind of not up to
On
me
Sunday,
to make that
February
call. Hey,
10th of 2019, an extremely
my
terrifying
sweet
incident
Kika,
went
I
forth
love
at a
you
gas
so
station
much.
in Hall County, Georgia.
Being so cute.
Early that morning, a couple pulled into the parking lot of a Quick Trip
You are
gas
such a
station and
loved
parked near the front
kitty.
door. Soon after, a man approached their vehicle before an altercation broke out, resulting in the death of the passenger inside.
I'm with you, Kels.
Eerily,
I'm with you.
when this was unfolding,
Hi,
bystanders
baby
were in
kitty.
their car recording
Slaying
the
on my
entire
arm so
thing
I can't knit, and
on Snapchat.
I'm sorry.
The
I'm
video that
paying
you're
more
about to
attention
watch
to
is
my
about
cat.
30
That's
seconds
just
long
what is happening?
and is absolutely chilling.
Go, go. Yo. Look, he has his gun out. Hold on.
Okay. No, he's getting out. Don't show this. Don't show it. Don't show this.
Yo. Go, go.
I don't know if we just watched a murder chat,
James
but clearly
Elliott
it's not
Bloxham,
against
the alleged
fucking
ex-boyfriend of the
YouTube.
driver of the vehicle, was charged with the felony murder of a man by the name of Chester Morrison. Bloxham fired the first round into Morrison's head, then 6 shots thereafter into his torso. Apparently, Bloxham chased the vehicle from Buford to Gainesville, which is about a
Jeez
30-minute trip,
Louise.
attempting to run them off the road the entire time before this situation eventually unfolded. While it was taking place, people inside the gas station ran into the back cooler in hopes of hiding from the
Everybody
gunmen.
just take a deep breath and say it
Luckily,
with me really
no one else
quick.
was
Your
harmed in the
partner is
incident,
not
and
your
while the motive is still
property.
unclear,
Your
it's
partner
believed to
is
be
not
related to a
your
relationship
property.
that she was in with both men at the same time, though take that with a huge grain of salt. Footage like this especially unnerves me since it puts us directly in the shoes of the people that were actually there. No dramatized story, no fictional details, but a real-world look into something that can truly happen anywhere.
Coco
you least
Cat.
expect it.
Thank you so much for the follow. I don't know why it didn't pop up, but I appreciate you. My partner is her own damn person, and I respect the hell out of that. Absolutely. I'm trying really hard to be more independent. I rely on Josiah for a lot of stuff, and it almost feels like, I'm very codependent,
Good afternoon.
and I'm trying to fix it. I've seen this before.
I'm so glad you can make it here today. My name is Kaylin, founder of Scrapbooking for Everyone. I like to create scrapbooks.
Leaning on each other is very okay, though, Doxy. I think that I rely on him for too much stuff.
In June of 2019, a man named Philip Schwab and a woman named Kaylin Blue, both from the video, were going about their engagement as usual. The two lived with Schwab's mother in Idaho Falls, Idaho, and seemed to be doing pretty well. Or so most people thought. Eerily, on the night of Saturday, June 22nd, everything would go horribly awry while Schwab's mother was away. Philip seemed to snap, or so it seemed. On his Facebook,
Sorry that I'm not
beginning around noon,
knitting.
he'd make 3
Kika is
posts.
napping on my arm. And
What would
Kika
I be
is
doing
greater
with a shovel,
than
bitch?
everything.
How to get away with murder, twice. If stabbing people is wrong, I don't want to be right.
Oh no.
And the next night, his posts would become even stranger. 9:01.
Yeah,
Outside are the
agree,
dogs.
Quinn.
9:45. You know it's coming. I'd love to stay and chat, but you are a bitch. Silent but deadly.
What?
Still smells better than you, bitch. She deserved quicker. Should have known. God backwards. Spend all day kissing ass. You know they eat dog in China. See, Don? 2 sides to every coin. Enjoying the show, Cheech? Need warm-up music. Yeah, you're next, Dad.
What the fuck? It is easy to be codependent when you're working on yourself and needing
Now,
that extra
some might
support.
assume that he
It's
was
not
either
an ideal
shitposting
state
or
of being,
being
but there's
edgy,
nothing to be ashamed of.
but
Appreciate that.
he wasn't. After June 23rd, Kaylin seemed to disappear. She worked at Walgreens, and after missing a few shifts that week, her coworkers alerted her family members who requested that police do a welfare check. And so they did.
I have to sneeze.
Upon arriving to their household, Schwab promptly let them in, but they quickly realized that something was wrong. Officers claimed to discover some
Is it
blood
weird that I was
scattered
like,
around the
oh, he's a
household, and
racist
soon
too,
after,
huh?
Schwab
No.
admitted that he,
I think
quote,
that it's
might have hurt Kaylin.
solid that you're like
After
that.
asking for details, he escorted them to the
you.
backyard to show the spot where he buried her. Immediately after this, he was arrested, the street was closed off, and the investigation was started.
That the defendant, Philip Michael Schwab, on or about the
Still working on
23rd
being my
day
own
of June,
person after my ex
2019,
with the hubby for
County
3 to 4 years now and still not fully mentally adjusted to a healthy relationship. Yeah, I'm with you, Catalin, entirely.
Killed Kaylin Marie Blue, a human being, by stabbing her, thereby causing her death. The possible penalties are the death penalty, life imprisonment with a minimum of 10 years, $5,000 compensatory fine, and $50,000 fine along with restitution. So are you aware of that charge against you and those possible penalties?
Yes.
Right. Now, you did not fill out the form.
According to his confession, Kaylin apparently moves around in her sleep pretty heavily, and that night, when she routinely woke him up doing this, he proceeded to stab her in the neck. When it woke her up, she desperately attempted to flee to the bathroom. However, he stabbed her over and over during her attempts to get away, until she was dead. Afterwards, he dragged the body to the backyard, buried her, and went forth to kill their 2 dogs before dumping them into their trash cans. You might notice that all of this lines up with his cryptic Facebook posts almost perfectly. Police claim that Blue's face was still visible from beneath the dirt when they found her, and that this seemed to be a premeditated event.
That's so
as Schwab
fucking
also
sad,
claimed that
man.
he placed the knife in his nightstand just a few days prior. The video that you saw earlier was one that the 2 filmed for her YouTube channel in 2016, and it's completely bizarre to watch, knowing that just 3 years later, this would play out. Kaylin confided in Philip, and almost overnight, he went from being an ordinary fiancé to a sickening murderer that would likely spend the rest of his life behind bars.
We're on the knitting row, right? We totally are. Edge, knit, 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 purl, knit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Purl, purl, knit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we got a purl 2.
There's a channel on YouTube by the name of Kate Yup.
Oh
Something
yeah,
a bit
this
odd
shit
about
is
Miss Yup is the fact that
crazy.
you can't contact her
This one is
at
nuts.
all. Look for
Sorry, I'm
links in the
totally using
description.
like
Good luck.
ableist
Email in the about section.
language. I'm trying to get better
Non-existent.
about that, and it is so
But
hard because it's
that
been
isn't
a
even
part
the
of my
weirdest part.
vernacular forever.
Allow me to establish some pretext. Kate Yup is an up-and-coming mukbang channel that's been making videos since March of 2018. Her typical style involves her wearing a mask to conceal her face while consuming ungodly amounts of food in one sitting. Now, it's pretty normal stuff in the world of mukbang, but it gets deeper. At one point, Kate made videos weekly. Now, it's monthly, if that. Her audience began picking up on her slowing upload schedule, but really didn't think much of it because it's really not that out of the ordinary. So why are we talking about her? Well, there's one video on her channel that successfully sparked a wildfire of theories, pondering if she's being held captive. In this upload, her audience began to notice things. Signs that something was awry.
Oh god, I fucking hate the eating sounds. I hate it so much.
See it? Her arm is bruised, her lip is busted. At one point in the video, she capitalizes the letters SOS in a caption. And the most damning evidence? Morse code. Specifically spelling out the words, "Help me." Though I'm extremely skeptical on that last one.
Yeah, same. That was just a bunch of...
Her audience went into a frenzy. and
That
all over the
wasn't
world,
Morse
commenters
code.
chimed in asking if she was okay.
It's like watching
Interestingly,
reverse
though,
barf
Kate would
straight
address
up.
these comments in an extremely bizarre fashion. Not a simple, "guys, I'm fine," not a quick update video, but rather a copy and paste of a comment made about her from Reddit.
Okay.
It's not Morse code. That isn't even how Morse code works. It's a series of short and long pulses. Even thinking outside the
Yeah.
box by assuming she's using one finger for long pulses and the other for short pulses, she taps 3 fingers on the ball. It's just random tapping, and there's no correlation between her tapping and the
Love you,
Morse code.
Kika.
I couldn't identify a single letter. Every other claim, aside from the bruises, is just silly. Why would a captor let her edit the videos? That doesn't even make sense. And if Joe YouTuber could spot the SOS, so would they. And if she knew enough to use SOS as a call for help, why on earth wouldn't she have tapped that on the bowl? It's the only Morse code I have memorized. Also, the bowl moves, so what? Because her hand is resting on it. It moves perfectly with the rest of her body. Finally, her lip does not look busted. It's either a cold sore, which could explain it showing up more than once, or a bad blemish. And everyone lost it. Holy shit, what the fuck? Are you okay? It's the murderer writing. Don't be fooled, everyone. So prove it with another video. and then she went dark. From June 21st onward, absolutely nothing more was posted again, at least until August 15th, but we'll get more into that in a second. Anyway, meanwhile, Reddit ran with this, genuinely concerned that something was wrong and that she needed help. Thread after thread was made discussing various theories with this, but without any way to contact Kate at all outside of her comments section. Putting these theories to rest was futile. A lot of people were speculating that she could be held captive, forced to make these videos for a third party that's monitoring her as she records.
Like, if you're gonna human traffic somebody, I feel like you would make a lot more money from like selling them
SOS, her busted lip,
than like risking it all by putting forth a YouTube channel with her on it. Like, you know what I mean?
Or was everyone
to what end would somebody fucking kidnap a mukbanger? You know, like
August 15th. I'm alive.
Hate these sounds. I hate these fucking sounds. Hate these sounds. They are so fucking gross. Ugh, stop. I just... Some music or something? I don't know. What even is that sauce? This is disgusting. Everything about this is unappetizing to me.
The bolded letters in the captions? Keep that in mind. We'll come back to that in a second. Anyway, here she addresses the audience and claims that she's okay.
I feel like she's doing it for views, right?
She is smiling after all. She then goes forth here to explain to the audience that she absolutely loves the food she's eating. Octopus tentacles, love that. Brown shrimps, so much flavor, salty and crunchy.
I'm just saying it right now. Salmon, we know that octopus are smart enough that we should not be eating them.
But then you notice that she didn't capitalize the beginning of these. I wonder why.
It is really fucking unethical to eat octopus.
002.
I judge people who do.
007.
Not sorry.
752. L. 1126. P. Interesting. After scrubbing through, none of the other captions contained any other capital letters, so this undoubtedly was intentional. Because of this,
cephalopods in general
was fueled once more on Reddit and in her comments. People have postulated that she could, much like most had assumed with Marina Joyce, be forced into doing this by a captor, and motives have ranged from financial gain to her potentially being trafficked. All in all, it's hard to discount the stark evidence pointing to the possibility of something deeper.
I think she did it to build
is a bizarrely confined channel, locked solely into the realm of YouTube, giving us absolutely no method of contacting her outside the platform. While in her latest upload, the help acrostic is the most obvious, it could simply be her playing into this newfound mystery for clicks.
Definitely.
If she isn't, however, then we're firsthand witnessing someone that's in trouble, desperately reaching out in any way she's able in order to gain a sliver of help. The internet is somewhat of a diary for some of the most unnerving things that can ever happen in real life. And tonight,
so this is a purling row, not a cabling row, not a knitting row.
In this 9th installment of the
series, which means
4
knit, 7 purl,
10 episodes already.
2 knit, 7 purl, 2 knit, 7 purl, 1 knit.
Making this show what it is today.
And then 3 more knit.
You guys are the best. Anyway, don't you guys have candy to binge on? Save me some, because I'll see you on Halloween. Thanks again for watching.
That was cute, Nexpo. Nexpo, you cute.
And good night.
How's the lobster is a leaving captive? Lobsters are cute. Me and Josiah, we like spent an afternoon watching a YouTube channel about a guy who bought a lobster from the grocery store and just turned him into a pet. We loved it. The lobster was he was just so cute. They have a lot of personality for fish. I prefer crabs, but damn do they itch. J-Rod! Okay, we got a knit 4. Oh. Okay. Do I need to click on that? What the fuck? It's just going from one to the next to the next. I'm furious about that. Hold on. Go back. Go back. Go back. Back, please. Why is this happening? I'm upset. Fucking internet, hello? This is making me so mad. Okay, I guess we have to do it this way. I understand and wish to proceed. Fuck's sake. Ugh. I wonder if... Hold on, I'm gonna pause this. And then do that for all of these and see if I can maybe get it to work over here. I don't think it's going to. Did this erase my queue? I understand and wish to proceed. Okay, it did. It did fucking erase my queue. Son of a bitch. I really wish that when you added to a queue, like if you added a video that had a warning that needed to be clicked, it would at least tell you that. That's so frustrating. Now I have to, like, I took all the time to fucking go through and find all of these on the same side bracket. Ugh. So mad. Just so mad. What one are we looking for? 12. Okay. Why? Why are you doing this to me, YouTube? I have been nothing but good to you. I've made you money. I've given you money. Just, ugh. Okay. All right. Add to queue. And then, did we already, I bet we already passed 13, didn't we? I bet we did. Hey, that's us right now, right here. I'm so upset. Whatever. Okay, let's just go back up. I know that this is not fun to watch. Just me losing my fucking mind. We're going to have to hope that it comes up in the side. I just know that this is going to fuck up my knitting. I just know it is. I'm imagining now someone starting up a mukbang channel that's intentionally meant to be part of an ARG, and it takes off among people who have no clue about the ARG before the ARG is really going anywhere. The person who started is left going, what the fuck? Yeah.
There's a certain beauty that exists in works of media that can both scare and engage you. The many nights that I've spent awake, lights off, blanket on, soaking up content from the darker side of the world that we all live in has blessed me with both memories and scars that will live with me for a lifetime. I love to be scared, and given the fact that you're here tonight, it's safe to assume that you do too. I started this series back in 2018 because there were a few creepy oddities that I found back at that point in time. But little did naive me know that if you do a bit of digging, you'll unearth a bit more than you were ever prepared for.
I told you guys that this is a purling row, right? Yeah, this is the purling row before the cable row. So we need to knit
Tonight,
4.
I aim to celebrate the 10th episode of this series with some of the most
we have
bone-chilling
knitted
discoveries
1,
that I've come across to
so we
date.
need to do 3 more.
I mean that. If you're here for a casual viewing experience, I suggest you leave now.
All right, next bow trigger warning, y'all.
It's time to get into 5 more hand-picked and disturbing things from around the internet.
You are beautiful. You are beautiful, Luigi. Hey, thanks for the follow, bud. I appreciate you very much. Thank you. Yeah, these doorbell footage ones really fuck me up. They really fuck me up. Okay, Pearl 7.
The popularity of doorbell cameras has been on the rise since the mid-2010s, being utilized as tools that can monitor your home when you're away. Residents that own them have caught some incredibly bizarre footage. While a disturbing masked figure, a TV
The
man,
mask
and a
is
girl
the one
standing
that-
on someone's porch are some of the most notable bits of video out there. They pale in comparison.
You got
to
told
how
today that
unnerving
you are very
the following
stout.
footage is. On the night of November 12th, 2019, at 11:11 p.m., a family in Los Angeles
you feel
heard
stout?
screaming that sounded like a kidnapping or a murder was taking place. After the initial shock of hearing
this
it,
is 3. We need
they went
4
out to
more.
their porch in hopes
Sorry,
of
I just
witnessing what was unfolding.
took a rip, so counting is going to increase in frequency. That's not a fox.
Shortly after this incident, the police
That-
were called out to
I
location
have-
to investigate.
I have
They questioned
goose
residents
flesh.
and
I don't know
inquired
if you
with the
can
surrounding
tell.
homes on if they too had a doorbell camera. However, not much came of it, aside from a few eyewitness accounts. Those that were able to catch a glimpse of the chaos claimed that the vehicle in question was an unknown white hatchback. Apparently, while the woman was screaming for help, a man in the driver's seat was apologizing nonstop before the vehicle sped off out of earshot. As of writing, this
moving all
investigation
furniture
is
out of the house. My
ongoing.
boss just standing there talking
Surprisingly,
away.
Updates have been sparse, leaving various onlookers frustrated at the lack of a resolution. The woman's screams were bone-chilling, and unfortunately, without a conclusive lead so far, we're merely left to keep an ear out, hoping that she made it out of that situation unharmed.
Quinn, do you know more than I do about the Seattle zombie woman? Do you know what I'm talking about? I think it's from last year or maybe the year before. It might actually be the year before fucking COVID started. Time isn't real anymore. Shit, did I just do a third knit? Ugh, I'm the worst human. Edge 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I
On
knitted
June
2
26,
because I am
2019,
actually the
a
best
Redditor
human, it
named
turns
Beach
out.
Tom would make a post that would quickly shoot to the top.
Seattle
of the
zombie woman?
r/paranormal subreddit. It bears the title.
Okay.
After years of
let
hearing
me
weird noises in our house, we captured something eerie on video. Here,
Let me pause
they
super
go
quick.
forward to explain.
Absolutely, if you are squeamish about the kind of stuff that we watch here, do not Google Seattle zombie woman. But Quinn, I know that your like morbid curiosity matches mine. So I imagine that you would get like a morbid curiosity reward chemicals for Googling it. I'm kind of surprised that you don't know anything about it. I saw it on Reddit and haven't heard anything else about it, which honestly, it's that's okay. Like that lady doesn't owe anybody an explanation to what was going on with her. But it's distressing to watch. And the theories that I saw on it on Reddit were wild. Anyway, yeah, the Seattle Zombie Woman is one of the more disturbing things that I've seen online, and it's been like the internet has been so quiet about it, and it's bizarre to me. Anyway, unpausing.
Explain a bit of backstory about some strange happenings that have played out in their home while accompanying this entire post with an extremely eerie video. In that backstory, they explain the following.
It's just a ghoul. It's not fair. Like, she does look like a ghoul from Fallout, though.
First of all, I've never believed
so
in ghosts,
scary and
I don't
sad.
consider my home to be a creepy place at all.
Like, you just feel so
the
bad
house was
for
only
her.
built about 9 years ago, and as far as I know, the land it's on doesn't have a dark history of any kind. However, ever since we moved in, we've experienced some strange
back
things.
to purling on this
The weirdest
row.
part is most of what we've experienced involves toys. Aside from one time, my brother says he clearly heard our dad calling his name from downstairs, only to find out he was the only one home. One recurring thing we've heard tons of times over the years is the sound of someone digging around in this big plastic tub of Lego pieces. When we were kids, we all collected and built Bionicles all the time in our playroom upstairs. The sound of shifting the pieces around to look for a part makes a very loud and distinct noise that everyone in our house became familiar with, but it was common for us to hear it when we were certain that no one was up there. When we got older, we stored our vast collection of Bionicles and tub of loose parts in a long closet.
I have
where we
reason
continued
to
hear the
believe
noise
that
coming
that
from there
isn't the
every now and then.
truth,
We've
Sperry,
always been
but
confused
I
and
will
weirded
look
out by
into
the
that. I will
sound,
give it
but we
another
never bothered
Google
to record
tonight.
the noises, just because
I
everyone
hope-
in our house has heard it firsthand, and a recording of the sound
I
of
hope
Legos
that
in
that's
the next
it,
room
as
didn't seem
opposed
like it
to
would
some
interest
of the
anyone
other
else.
stuff that I hear.
We told a
I
friend
just
about
hope she's
this,
okay.
who thought it was crazy
I just hope
and
she's okay.
insisted that we record it next time.
Because she looked
Not
very
long after
not
that, both of my
okay.
brothers were watching TV and heard the sound down the hall. They immediately started recording, and we got pretty decent audio of the noise. I want to reiterate that we've never felt unsafe in our home. We're not bothered by the things we've experienced, but they're a little strange. Let me know what you think.
I didn't look too deeply into it because time,
video
you know.
attached
Yeah,
is
yeah,
about
yeah,
a
yeah.
minute and a half
Totally,
long
totally,
and
totally.
shows the three guys
Also, like,
pausing their
it is
baseball game
really
because
disturbing.
they just heard something out of the
So,
ordinary.
like, if I'm giving a trigger warning about something, it's probably pretty disturbing because I play pretty fast and loose with that kind of thing. Like an asshole.
There's literally nothing in here. And look how heavy this is. Yeah. Hang on, there's nothing up here.
I didn't see it. I was
As we can see
counting.
in that footage, the upper torso of that large action figure moved, just like that door doll in the previous Disturbing Things episode.
I mean,
people have gone forth to claim that it could either be a battery-powered figure or that a mouse might have bumped it, but Bleach Pong denied
I have
these
to
both,
ask
accompanying
Docs
their
if you're
explanation
familiar with the
full
Don't
photo
Woof
of how
dog.
it was built. Furthermore,
that is
they claim that
ringing
if
a
it
bell,
were a
but I
mouse,
don't like.
then,
It's not
if
conjuring
anything,
up
they'd merely
anything
move a few pieces around
concrete
and
for
not
me.
its entire torso. Seeing as the figure is considerably taller than an already tall cereal box, then it would
Is
take
this
a
the dog
substantial
that
amount of force to
answers?
rotate it, especially given the fact that
I
there
think
isn't
I do
exactly
know
a
what you're
hinge
talking
anywhere
about.
near its
Actually,
stomach.
I saw it on
The
Reddit.
only
If
explanation I can really
it's the thing
entertain
that I
here
think it
would
is,
be a
where
hoax.
a guy
However,
tells a
that
dog
would take an
don't
extremely
woof, and then
small
it
and
literally
well-hidden
just
person to
says
sit back there,
woof.
completely invisible by the camera. Also, the subtlety of the shots, which happens in just a mere split second, lends credence to the fact that the video that they caught was what they presumed to be real, without any sort of foul play.
Yeah, I have seen it. It is cute. You are not right. I loved that
Since
video.
this incident, Bleach Pong has vanished. Gone. No updates, which leaves the mystery surrounding this footage stuck in limbo. I truly hope that sometime in the near future, they make a return with pictures, footage, or anything, so we can dig into this mystery a bit deeper. For all we know, it could be something mundane or innocent, but given the aforementioned circumstances, it's hard to discount the possibility that Bleach Pong just might have witnessed a haunting.
Oh no, if this is what I think it is, if this is the man talking about his wife, get ready for some fucking heartbreak.
Up next involves a man by the name of Tim
Oh
Birmingham.
no.
For the past few years now, he's been vlogging his life on his self-titled YouTube channel, and if you watch a bit of his content, you'll notice pretty quickly that Tim is an extremely likable guy. He's a big foodie, he loves the Detroit Lions, and ultimately seems to carry a pretty easygoing life.
That feels very, what feels very easy to discount? The
Unfortunately, in the midst of his uploads,
Bionicles thing,
there's one
because
that starkly
yeah, the
stands
Bionicles
out
thing
as
does
one of the
nothing
most
for me.
unintentionally
Most
unsettling ones on his
ghost
channel.
footage does
In
nothing
an
for
upload
me.
titled, "She's Still Sleeping," we're able to observe one of his daily vlogs. Before I explain the backstory, have a look at it.
Must be a very unambitious ghost, right?
She's still sleeping. Yeah, she's still sleeping. Yeah. About past 12 o'clock in the afternoon, everyone. That is a rarity for Penny to do, is sleep in. But yeah, she's sleeping away.
Oh.
Wow, can't believe it. Can't believe it. Amazing, she's just sleeping in.
Nobody posts real things on Reddit. Yeah, we listen to Reddit all the time.
Not used to seeing her sleep in. Usually she's up and being on
I
the
just
computer
fucked
doing something.
everything
She's
up.
tired.
In the video, Tim cheerfully explains that his wife is sleeping in abnormally late, and that she's usually up by this point playing on the computer. It's past noon now, and while it's not out of the ordinary for people to sleep past this, little does he know during filming that she isn't sleeping.
Fuck.
Penny Bice, Tim's significant other, passed
Not
away
gonna
that
lie, I've
night
been
in
kind
her
of bummed
sleep due
since
to
Gilbert
unknown
Gottfried
circumstances.
died. He gets to be with
follow-up video to
Bob
this
and
one,
Norm,
he
though,
explains that she was up the
which
night
is
before,
what
playing on her computer, and
I'm
went to
sure
bed as
he
usual.
wanted.
The two apparently fight over the blanket pretty often, and he recalls her doing that night, all with no real indication that anything was vitally wrong.
They were like
also in this,
best
Tim
buds.
addresses some of the comments that people left,
Those
heavily
three,
criticizing him for keeping the
crazy
video
that
up.
they all died within the
He claimed that he
same
wanted
year.
to leave
Hey,
it be, so he could have something to remember her by. And seeing as this was over 2 years ago now, it seems that he held true to his word.
wait till Andy Dick shows up. Then it's a party where everybody asks Andy Dick to leave.
Tim
from
seems
what
to
I
be doing okay for
understand.
himself now, back at it with his vlogs, food reviews, and sports recaps. Occasionally, he'll upload tribute videos about his beloved Penny, and these are usually met with overwhelming support.
This one isn't haunting. It's just depressing. It's so sad. Because he
She's
just
still
like
sleeping,
thinks he's
to
roasting
me,
his
is
wife.
insanely jarring. What appears to be a normal, everyday vlog about his loved one sleeping.
They
was,
close the
in
afterlife
actuality,
once Andy Dick
not
shows up
at
straight
all
up.
what it
Because
seemed.
he's not going to fucking heaven, and you know they don't want him in hell. That guy gives hell, isn't it? By the way, just really quick, I'm not Christian. I don't believe in an afterlife. I'm sorry. I hope I didn't offend anybody. So yeah, now we pearl one, and then it's
We all
time to
love a good night
cable.
outs, especially in college. In September of 2019, at the University of Ohio, students were throwing a pretty large Project X-style house party. Everything seemed to be going just fine, until one man decided that he'd raise his glass for a toast in one of the most extreme ways possible.
What is happening
Tyler Uhr, someone who the university claims is
Oh,
not a student
fuck,
there,
yeah.
decided to climb a utility pole, of all things, to perform this stunt.
This video is nuts.
As you might expect, this didn't turn out well for him. But even worse, this was all
You need to
captured
change your
by multiple
hays to
people on
A's at the end of
Snapchat.
your sentences, Miss Canada.
The
That's
following footage
actually,
is what
they
witnessed.
say hey up here. They don't say A. That's Americans being an American for you, Quinn Kenobi. They say hey. I picked this up from being here. Why would you ever climb a utility pole? If you say so, I live here. I got South Parked. I did, buddy.
As we could see, after being electrocuted, he goes limp before falling an entire 30 feet
And
to the
touch a
ground.
live wire. Like, I imagine he didn't
fortunately for him,
expect to,
He
but like,
survived. But that's not to say that everyone initially thought he was dead. On social media,
I
these
imagine
videos
nobody
blew up.
expects to touch a
Because
live
of this,
wire. You
people
know what I
honed
mean?
in on Barstool Sports, a Twitter account that's notorious for tweeting out stunts pulled by college students. At the time, though,
Fucking
many,
hate
including
Barstool
them,
Sports.
didn't believe the fact that he survived, and so they put out the following message. Please stop messaging us the video of the
I'm
guy
told
getting
A
electrocuted
is a
on
very
Palmer tonight.
specific regional
We're
accent.
not posting it. In the first response to this, though, we're able to see the gruesome aftermath of what happened. A Twitter user named Zushin tweeted the
I
following.
honestly don't know, Sperry. All I know is that
Well,
all the
here's the
people
aftermath.
around
He's okay.
here say hey.
With this video.
Jeez, Luis. I bet it was very
Tyler later
uncomfortable
claimed
to
on
be
Twitter,
him for a while.
I broke 3 bones in my left leg and 1
Hey.
broke in my spine. I have a slight fracture in my right hand and 4 minor breaks in my back. I also got a lot of burns from this and will be out of work for at least 8 weeks or more, so anything helps. God bless. This was accompanied by a GoFundMe to assist with his medical bills, but unfortunately for him, this was met with a negative response.
He's lucky as heck, yeah.
All in all, he seems to be recovering. What many thought was going to be a simple night out at a house party, in reality, quickly turned dour. Tyler Uhr's stunt was an incredibly dumb move.
It was
leaving
really
partygoers
stupid of him,
stunned
but
at the
still, poor
possibility that
baby.
they'd single-handedly witnessed a fatal freak
I
accident.
feel terrible for him.
Luckily, that wasn't the case, but this situation serves as a lesson, hopefully repelling others that would have any shred of a desire to
Ugh.
attempt anything remotely similar to this in the future.
All right, time for cables. Anyone dumb enough to do that clearly didn't understand what they were getting into. Yeah, agree, Podwater. And bless his little heart, he learned.
I've
He
wanted
learned
to talk
something
about this
that
from
day.
the day I've started this series. To cap off this episode, I wanted to discuss what I personally believe to be, by far, one of the most disturbing pieces of media that presently exists on the internet.
Oh no, I
On the night
recognize
of February
this.
20th, 2003, A band by the name of Great Whites was headlining a show at a West Warwick, Rhode Island venue by the name of the station. The footage you're watching was captured by a journalist named Brian Butler from the town's local news station, WPRI.
This is one of the most haunting things I've ever seen in my life.
Everyone seemed to be having a great time, with nothing seemed to have gone awry. But little did they know that this performance would rapidly devolve into the 10th deadliest nightclub fire.
We're hanging in there. How are you?
So what happened? Just seconds into the song, the band's tour manager, Michael Bichelle, set off pyrotechnics that he claimed he was permitted to use by the nightclub's owner. What he, or the audience, didn't see coming was the fact that these would suddenly set fire to the studio foam that surrounded the backside of the stage. Everyone thought it was part of the show.
That's not good, man.
The fire wasn't intended.
Not dropped by in like forever. Thought I'd join the spoopy knitting club. You're super invited.
The entire stage was ablaze. While there were 4 exits to the building,
and now a knit, and then we gotta
stormed the front
pull
door
another
that they
one
entered
off,
through, resulting in a dog pile that severely slowed everyone's exit. Because of this, everyone began to panic further, leading to a massive jam in the narrow hallway that surrounded that route. Brian, among a few others, ended up making it out safely. However, the remainder of the footage shows that the vast majority of concert goers weren't quite as lucky. In the latter half of the video, screams, mass panic, and smoke can be observed coming from the building.
It's so awful to watch the video
ablaze.
And hear that. I have always wanted to do a latch rug. I'm sorry, I have to talk over this. This shit's hard. Like, just knowing that, imagining the fear that these people are feeling and the pain and discomfort. I can't imagine. I hate this. I hate that we're watching this. I hate that we're watching this. I can do this more than I can do animal cruelty, but like, I don't know, man. I've seen cartel videos, but this one fucks with me. Like, these were just people out at the bar for a good night,
100
you know?
people lost their lives, with 230 of them bearing non-fatal injuries. Among those that passed were the band's guitarist, Tyler Longley, and the show's MC, Michael Gonsalves, both of which were believed to have lost valuable escape time due to their attempts at salvaging their equipment. In a first-hand account by Brian Butler, the one that captured the footage, they claim the following. It was that fast. As soon as the pyrotechnics stopped, the flame had started on the egg crate backing behind the stage, and it just went up the ceiling, and people stood and watched it, and some people backed off. When I turned around, people were already trying to leave, and others were just sitting there going, "Yeah, that's great." And I remember that statement because I was like, this is not great. This is time to leave. At first, there was no panic.
What we need in a giant baby sock. I'm just practicing because I'm still very much a beginner.
In the other rooms, the smoke hadn't gotten to them. The flame wasn't that bad, and they didn't think anything of it. Well, I guess
and I'm learning how to cable,
and we got bottlenecked
and I'm just like learning my
People
tension and
pushing,
stuff.
And eventually, everyone popped out of the door, including myself. That's when I turned
You'll
back.
notice that the
I went
bases
around
live
back.
because our
There was
shit
no
just
one coming
isn't
out of the back door anymore. I kicked out a
That's
side
funny.
window to try to get people out of there. One guy did crawl out. I went back around the front again, and that's when you saw people stacked on top of each other, trying to get out the front door. and by then, the black smoke was pouring out over their heads. I noticed when the pyro stopped, the flame had kept going on both sides, and then on one side, I noticed it come over the top, and that's when I said, I have to leave. And I turned around, I said, get out, get to the door, get to the door. And people just stood there. There was a table in the way at the door, and I pulled that out just to get it out of the way so people could get out easier. And I never expected it to take off as fast as it did. It was so fast. It had to be 2 minutes tops before the whole place was black smoke. According to reports, there were 462 people in attendance that night, whereas the venue's official capacity was 404. Survivors of the blaze claimed that while there were multiple exits, bouncers were restricting people from escaping via the back door.
No way.
This restriction was in place up until the moment that the bouncers realized the reality of the situation, at which point they fled.
That's not true, is
According
it?
to further reports, the station's owners, Michael and Jeffrey Durdarian, both didn't have workers' comp insurance for their employees, nor did they have any sort of fire safety system in place, both becoming vital details in their legal cases. After this all took place, blame shifted through multiple parties. The band claimed that they had permission to use pyrotechnics for their show. The Durdarian brothers claimed otherwise.
Ugh.
Furthermore, the distributors
I'm
of the
so
studio
clunky
foam
and
and
awkward
JBL,
and not
the
at all
producer of
good
the
at
venue's speakers,
this.
were blamed for the flammable material in their products.
I used to be a tight
However,
knitter, but have
both
gotten a lot
denied
better. It
any
helped when I
wrongdoing.
did the blankets I made with a
In
bulky
regards
yarn
to
and larger
official
needles.
charges and sentencing,
Yeah.
the band's
Yeah,
tour
it
manager
definitely
in
helps to work
2006
with bulky
pleaded
yarn and
guilty
larger
to 100
needles
counts
for
of
me too.
involuntary manslaughter, resulting in 15 years in prison.
Right now, I
with four to
actually,
serve
my
and
tension
11 years
is
suspended,
pretty
topped
good.
off with 3 years of
Honestly,
probation.
I can't get my
In
selvages to be
2007,
tight
with good
enough.
behavior, he'd become
Is my
eligible
problem.
for parole, as the judge saw him unlikely to reoffend. As of 2008, it was granted.
My
As for
biggest
Michael
barrier
Durdarian,
right now is
he
my
received the
own
same punishment,
ADHD.
but in
Or I don't have
2009
ADHD. I
was
just have
released
a
from prison due to
regular
good
attention
behavior.
deficit.
Jeffrey, on the other hand, received a 10-year suspended
And
sentence with
I
3
just
years of
kind of
probation
need the
and
practice
500 hours of community service,
and learning
but
how to
avoided all
hold the
prison time
needles.
due to a
Does
no
that make
contest
sense?
plea.
Like just learning how to hold them
Within
comfortably
a
in a way
myriad of
that's
in
like
and out-of-court
efficient
settlements
to do
victims
the
and their
knitting.
families, as of September of
Vastly
2008,
better than you
over
could ever hope to be. That's not
$115
true.
million
If you
had been paid
practiced,
out
you
in
could get
total due to the
as good as I am.
calamity that
I'm not
occurred
even
on
that good
late
yet.
February evening.
I will be. I definitely will get there.
The station nightclub fire, in its entirety, is a situation that never should have happened. From the pyrotechnics, to the lack of a fire safety system, to the bouncers forbidding people from exiting, the entire incident is something that will forever go down as one of the worst tragedies in recent history. 100 lives
It
were
should be
lost,
illegal to
lives that were in
stop
attendance to simply have a
people
good time
from
and
using a
enjoy rock
specific
band.
exit.
Lives that did not
Like if
deserve
there is
by
an
any
exit in a
stretch
building, it
to
should
have their
be
existence brutally taken
you
from
should
them.
be able to use it. I just taught myself how to crochet again in early 2020. Since made 2 small blankets for my cats, 2 queen size blankets, and then a bunch of plushies. I saw your plushies; they're amazing.
Tonight, we've
I
explored some of
cannot
the most
believe
disturbing
that you
bits of
have
media that
done
are out
that
there.
many blankets.
Like I said,
That's
if you do a bit
crazy.
of
I've
digging,
never done
you'll
a
find
big
that the world can
blanket.
be dark,
I've done
disturbing,
nope, that's not
and
true. I have
incredibly
done one
depressing.
big blanket. But
Thanks to all
I've
of you for
mostly
joining
only
me in this
done
10th
the 2
installment of
baby
Disturbing
blankets
Things
for
from
my
Around the Internet.
nieces.
I hope you enjoyed this, and if you have any other bits of
A
dark
latch rug
media that
kit,
you'd like to
fun.
share
James
for a
rocks.
future
I would
video,
love to
feel
make a
free to
latch
shoot
rug.
me
I
an
think they're
email
so
or
neat.
submit it to my subreddits over
Still
at
working up the
r/Nightmare
courage to try to
Expo.
make a sweater.
With
I
that being
find a
said,
sweater easier
thanks
than a
once again for
blanket.
watching. I'll see you in the
You
next
should do
one.
it.
you
I
all.
can I recommend one to you?
And good night.
Hold on just a second. Let me find it. It's a paid pattern, but it's very good. Oh, fuck. I forgot that we have to do this. Okay. I'm fine with that. closer. I understand and wish to proceed. And then, yeah, hell yeah, 13 is right here. Add to queue. I mainly want to make a sweater because I have stupid long arms and a small frame, aka finding a sweater at the store that fits perfect is near impossible. Yep, that blows. I'm trying to find the sweater that I bought that I love. I love
you
it.
Don't need someone like me to tell you that. Videos, live streams, works of art, posts, and pages about disturbing events that have happened in our reality are nothing but a Google search away. Underneath the no commentary long plays and the fast lane truck drag racing videos exists a vast ocean of eerie content that'll surely get you thinking, and just might keep you up at night. Welcome back to Disturbing Things, your one-stop shop for bite-sized, eerie finds that I've recently discovered online.
I feel like it was...
This is
I can't
episode 12,
find it.
so if this is your first exposure to this series, be sure to head over to the playlist down below for hours of further content to envelop yourself into. Without further ado, it's time, once again, to dive into 5 more hand-picked and disturbing things from around the internet.
Okay, I found it. Okay, it is a paid pattern, but like it would look good in so many different kinds of yarn. And if I can fucking crochet it, anybody can crochet it. Hopefully, it's a long link. I'm so sorry.
On the internet, there exists an album by the name of Everywhere at the End of Time. It was created in 2016 by a musical artist named James
Oh,
Layden
yeah,
Kirby,
that is weird, hey?
also known by his stage
Give me one
name,
second. Let me see if I can fix
Caretaker.
it.
While I'm aware that on this show, I primarily cover real-world disturbing events, I wanted to discuss this piece of art since it perfectly encapsulates the disturbing reality of over 44 million people that are alive today.
Shit.
As you might have guessed by now, the album's an artistic
Hey, it's
expression
fixed.
of the numerous stages of dementia and how it slowly overtakes the mind, sending it spiraling into a wormhole of forgetfulness, twisted by a reality that they stray further and further from recognizing.
Okay, I know we're on the cable row. Edge,
The 6-hour
knit,
album itself
knit,
starts off
knit,
ordinary.
Purl.
It's cheery,
2, 3,
calm,
knit, 1,
and invokes a sense of comfort. As the hours pass and it progresses, Leyland subtly morphs not only the overall tone, but each chord progression and tune into something that hardly resembles what you were listening to a mere half-hour earlier. The descriptions from his YouTube video further exemplify the troubles that dementia patients face, too. Stage 1 is described as the first signs of memory loss. It's a stage that's most like a beautiful daydream, the glory of old age and recollection, the last of the great days.
My
Stage
grandmother
2
died of
encapsulates
Alzheimer's. I've listened to
denial.
this album a few
More
times
efforts made to
over while
remember,
coding
so
invoices
memories
at
can
work.
be more long form, with
My
a little
grandmother
more
also died of
deterioration in quality.
Alzheimer's. It
The
was
overall
really,
personal
really
mood
fucking
is generally
sad
lower than the
and
first stage,
scary.
and at a point before
And
confusion
I am
starts setting in.
so terrified that it's gonna happen to me. I'm so terrified that it's gonna happen to me.
Stage 3 approaches the metaphorical inflection point. It's described as the phase where some of the last coherent memories exist before confusion fully rolls in and the gray mists form and fade away. Finest moments have been remembered, but the musical flow in places is more confused and tangled. As we progress, some singular memories become more disturbed, isolated.
You're very welcome, Punish Harley. I love that sweater, and it was really
These are the last
fun.
embers of
I haven't
awareness
finished
before we
it
enter the
yet. I've
post-awareness
only done the
stages.
front of it, truth be told. But I've done every part of it that needs to be done, and know that I can finish it.
At the 2 hour and 8 minute mark, the album takes a stark tonal shift as it begins to exemplify the post-awareness stages. The spot where reality becomes a bleak, confusing mess, and where little seems to make sense. It's described as the point where serenity and the ability to recall singular memories gives way to confusions and horror. It's the beginning of an eventual process where all memories begin to become more fluid.
Listening to this
through
right now is
entanglements, repetition,
triggering my
and
anxiety in
rupture.
a big way.
Stage 5. More extreme entanglements, repetition, and rupture can give way
Even
to
more
calmer
terrifying
moments.
thought that crosses my mind occasionally is that it's
unfamiliar
already
may
happening,
sound
and in a
and feel
given moment,
familiar.
I'm in the throes of
Time is
dementia and
often
believe I'm
spent only
33,
in the
but I'm
moment,
actually in a
leading to
bed.
isolation.
Yo, I think about that. Yeah, I think about that sometimes too, Quinn, and it freaks me out. It freaks me out. For what it's worth, I can tell you right now that you are not, but I can't promise your memory
Stage 6.
that you're not.
One without description.
Did we just break the space-time continuum? Did I just split off a new universe? I'm so sorry. Fnorb? You know what? I'll take Fnorb. I'll take Fnorb. Also, what the fuck is wrong with
I lost my
Restream right
great-grandmother
now?
to dementia just a few years ago, so this album really resonated with me.
Nexpo? Same.
As a child, I remember her being full of life, always willing to
But
go
now I
back
have
to
another
her to
idea
evoke
for
a
my
sense
book.
of
Yeah,
unity
that's
and
true.
love, whether it was through her cooking, her stories, or even her presence at family gatherings. She was always someone that welcomed us with open arms when we go visit her. She lived alone. My great-grandfather had passed when I was very young, so unfortunately, memories of him are vague. But I do remember him as being hardworking and an honest man. Over the years, I didn't fully understand it,
Twitch,
but I slowly
please,
began
if
to notice
you
that something was
don't
off.
mind
One year
spam
we had gone to
chat.
visit her, and she didn't quite remember
you
myself or
could.
my siblings. It's a strange feeling when a family
Also,
member
Quinn,
addresses
if you could
with
just
a
type something
respectful
really
but
quick too,
off-putting,
that would be sick.
"And you are?" line
Fuck,
that I'm
why
sure
isn't
most
it
relatives of dementia
working?
patients are accustomed to. And then I realized what it was. Slowly, through subsequent visits, I began to notice things, like sticky notes explaining basic tasks, like
I'm
remembering to
pissed.
shut off light switches,
Why isn't this
to close the
working?
front door, to turn off the water, how to flush the toilet. Family
You don't
photos
like
related
spam? Oh my god, I
and her
think that
once
spam
lively
tastes so
personality
good.
and
I
slowly
really
faded
like
away.
it.
She was
I
trying.
really like spam.
She was trying so hard to be her.
Okay, so it works for
this
YouTube, but not
condition
for
simply wouldn't let
Twitch.
her.
I'm sorry, guys. I don't know what to do about it. At least this
Bottom
time,
line, everywhere at the end of time is a disturbingly bleak-looking
sounds like a
glass in the
server
human mind.
sucked a fat one. Yeah,
While
that's.
it isn't creepy
It
footage
seems like there's
or
nothing that
disturbing
I
phone
can
call,
really do.
This single piece of art
I'm really
is one
sorry.
of the most real, artistic expressions of a human condition that I've ever encountered. Life is fragile and beautiful, and few things have stuck with me more than this. If you have a story about a friend or relative that you'd like to share, feel free to leave it in a comment. While they might have forgotten due to circumstances out of their control, they surely won't be. On the 22nd of May 2011, a devastating EF5 rated tornado ripped through the city of Joplin, Missouri. It lasted around 38 minutes and reached wind speeds of more or less 200 miles per hour. The aftermath photos are grim,
I remember the Joplin tornado.
and so too are the videos. For the past couple of years now, I've gotten a few recommendations about covering this upload, and to be honest, I never actually sat down and watched the entire thing all the way through. Life and such just got in the way. But I digress. The video is titled First Person Video of Joplin, Missouri Tornado, created by a user named IzelSG and uploaded on the very same day that this tragedy occurred. Their description claims that they took this footage inside of a fast trip gas station on East 20th Street. Initially, they hid in the back of the store
Some people have
before
had a
taking
similar
refuge
issue.
inside
Apparently,
of a
it
storage
requires
fridge.
removing and re-entering your Twitch info. I
While there
believe
aren't
that
many
for later. No
visuals
need to
within the
interrupt the
recording,
flow. Yeah, we're going to
the
be
audio
done streaming
conveys
here pretty
everything
soon
you need to
anyway.
know about being caught in a storm of this magnitude.
Have
a listen.
Thank you for looking into that for me, CB. I appreciate you.
At least probably 10 or 12.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's probably 18 or 19.
Fuck.
Your chin is getting real.
No, we are knitting. We're knitting one. Sorry.
Yeah,
Did I fuck
they
that
said
up?
they said there was one on the ground at 7th and Rain.
No.
Yeah, but
Okay.
It's the one coming toward this way on 20th.
Man, look at that.
That's why that wind's that.
Yeah. No, they haven't yet.
What the fuck is this? What it looks like inside of a tornado.
It's pretty crazy. This is getting real.
It's daytime, and it's that dark in a like all glass building. They're inside of a gas station, and you know how gas stations are like entirely window. CV Univis. All that glass, yeah. Very scary.
I'm trying to put less weight on him though.
Poor children are probably so fucking scared, dude. Tornadoes are scary, dude. Tornadoes are very scary. I lived in Tornado Alley when I was a kid. Fuck that. Yeah, I grew up in Iowa. We would watch them until they got real close because it's cool, it's neat,
Thankfully, everyone in that store was
but
okay
it's
that
so
day.
scary.
The same, unfortunately, couldn't be said about the others that came face to
The
face
funky
with it.
pressure inside does wild
In
stuff
total,
to things.
the storm took
Just so you know, though,
158
you do
lives
want to
and
leave
left over
your
1,100
windows
people
shut.
injured.
You do not want to open your
Considering the
windows
fact that
because
the tornado
you'll
sirens
create
fired
a
off
wind
just 20
tunnel
minutes before this
that will
happened,
take your roof
it's safe
off
to
and
assume
make
that
your
time
shit
to
so
escape
much more dangerous.
was minuscule.
Keep your windows closed as much as you can.
The incident in Joplin
They'll
is
break if they
haunting,
have to.
and to date, it's cemented into history as the 4th deadliest tornado on record. Hopefully, 10 years later, they've recovered successfully and never, ever have to endure something close to this magnitude ever again.
Still living in the thick of it. Been a while since I've been inside one. Yeah, they can be pretty scary. New plan, live in a vault. Yeah. Had a dream I got sucked off the ground by a tornado. That was enough. I've had tornado nightmares where I get sucked off the ground too. It is scary. It's scary.
In 2012,
I imagine it's nothing
man
like
had killed
actually
himself by the
being
name
sucked
of
off the
Israel
ground
Keys. He
by
was
a
a serial
tornado.
killer,
Israel Keys is
arsonist,
oof.
a bank robber, one of the worst types of people that exist.
He's oof.
The reason for his
I need
suicide
to,
was because he was caught after a kidnapping and ransom attempt
unravel.
of 18-year-old Samantha Koenig of Anchorage, Alaska. This is his ransom photo.
Some of
proving that
this.
she was
Oh.
alive, to which, in exchange, he had demanded $30,000.
Trigger warning.
Except,
it's too
in
late.
this photo, Samantha Koenig
You're literally looking at
wasn't alive.
a video of a dead body.
Let's back up.
Or a picture, rather. Her eyes were sewn open.
On the 1st of February 2012, Koenig was working at a local coffee
That
booth.
picture fucks with me a little bit.
She can be seen on this CCTV footage, where everything seems fine. About 2 minutes into it, however, we can observe someone approach the window, to which she reacts with unease. Afterwards, we can see her
Quinn
hastily
or
shut the
anybody
lights
in
off before
YouTube,
carrying out
could
his
I get
demands in a
anybody
moment.
to please just say something
After
really
some
quick
back
so
and
that I
forth,
can see
she
that
opens the
YouTube is
register
still
and can be seen
connected?
taking out cash to get to the man. He then demands that she kneels before he enters through the window. And a few minutes later, he proceeds to escort her out of the trailer. After this moment, she was never seen again.
Thank you, Quinn. Sorry.
As it turned out, her final moments were grim. Later that night, and back at his home, it was reported that he sexually assaulted her, robbed her of everything she had, killed her, and placed her corpse in a shed. Even more bizarrely, the day after, he took off to New Orleans, where he went on a 2-week cruise with his family. The entire time, she was left there and was never found. 2 weeks later, and he comes back from his trip. Her body's still in place, and so Keyes dresses her up with makeup and sews her eyes open for a photo with a recent issue of the local newspaper. He did this to invoke the belief that she was still alive, and like we established prior, he had put a $30,000 price tag on her. While this facade was happening, in reality, he had dumped her body in Matanuska Lake, a few miles north of Anchorage. Israel Keyes
Oh, I
was
just
later caught.
fucking...
However, it wasn't where you'd expect. As it turned out, he'd taken off towards the mainland U.S., utilizing Koenig's bank card for
Good night.
cash
Oh, good night,
withdrawals,
Bumble
as if
Kitty.
nothing happened.
I
Because of this,
disconnected from
police were
chat
able
for a
to follow his
second.
trail
I'm sorry.
and
Yeah,
eventually tracked him
I
down
guess
to
just
a
like
cotton
I
patch
am
cafe
having very
in
bad luck
Lufkin,
with
Texas.
Twitch connections the past
It was
couple
the morning
days.
of March 12th when Texas Ranger Stephen Rayburn would perform the arrest, and afterwards, Keyes was promptly sent back to Alaska, where he eventually confessed to not only this act, but numerous others. By December of that year, though, he would be found dead in his jail cell. He had slit his wrists and tried to strangle himself, leaving behind his own corpse and various notes and drawings made in blood under his cell bed. To this day, police are still frustrated by this, as with his life went countless questions unanswered.
He lied
Samantha
a lot
Koenig
anyway.
was just an ordinary person working her job, as we all do. She didn't sign up for this. She didn't provoke anyone, and she sure as hell didn't deserve the fate that she was given. What she thought would be just another night at work had devolved into a surreal night of hell. A night of hell that led to an injustice. And, frustratingly, there's nothing that anyone can do to ever bring her back.
Oh, hey, Twitch chat is back. Just saw a sheep driving a car in a bathing suit. It was only a bikini. Also, hi, Dad Jokes Gaming. How are you? It's good to see you.
On August 28th of 2009, a California Highway
Oh,
Patrol
shit.
officer
No,
named
this
Mark
is
Saylor was on a drive in a Lexus sedan.
Purling
with his
row,
wife,
so we have to
Cleofe,
knit 4 in the
brother-in-law
beginning
Chris,
and then
daughter
purl
Mahala.
7.
They were heading northbound
Am
on
I
California
fucking-
State Route 125 towards Mission Gorge Road in
What is
Santee.
happening? That's the...
While the circumstances outlined appeared to be ordinary,
Sorry, I
little did they
apologize,
know
guys.
that their vehicle would lead to this
Been
venture
doing
being
crazy
their last.
amounts of work. Sick.
At around 7 p.m., a phone call was made to 911.
Sorry.
It was from
Sorry to
Chris,
hear that.
and he had been heard pleading for help since his car had malfunctioned. Have a listen.
What am I doing?
911 emergency, what are you
I
reporting?
pearled one I should have knitted. That's my bad.
I'm sorry, your cell phone's cutting out.
We're going north 125,
Mm-hmm.
and our accelerator stuck.
I'm sorry?
Our accelerator's stuck. We're on 125 and we're in late.
Okay, northbound 125, where are you passing?
We are passing, where are we passing? We're going to 120 Mission Gorge.
Israel Keys had offered to divulge a lot more information than he did, but it was conditional on him receiving an expedited death penalty, and prosecutors refused. Yeah.
We're approaching an intersection.
Okay.
We're approaching an intersection. Hold on. Pray.
Okay.
Oh, shoot. Oh.
Okay. Hello?
Supposed to be on my 7-day off rotation, yet I'm sitting in the hotel bored out of the brains with poop service, waiting to go back to work in the morning. Nucky! I'm so sorry to hear that.
Alexis and the family of Officer Mark Saylor, who was killed along with his family.
Hotels are so unfun by yourself.
Today, Toyota announced it had
They're like fun with other people, right? But
As a result of this, everyone in that car lost their life that night. The worst part about it is that the car wasn't even theirs. It was a loaner given to them by a nearby Lexus dealership. It was reported that the vehicle had reached a top speed of 120 miles per hour before crashing into a Ford Explorer and jumping off an embankment near the Mission Gorge Road intersection at the end of Highway 125. Witnesses claimed that the vehicle was thrown nearly 100 feet into the air before crashing into the ground and bursting into flames. After the incident, it was reported that the Explorer driver had suffered minor injuries and was promptly treated at a nearby hospital. For the family, it was believed that the accelerator had become stuck due to an engineering oversight in Lexus models that included rubber floor mats. After a myriad of other incidents related to this, Lexus eventually rolled out numerous recalls from the span of 2009 to 2011, most of which being related to the accelerator pedal. The sheer amount of issues in affected vehicles are staggering too. On your screen is a list of the recalls they'd sent out, and as you can see, a ton of them
not many
are
channels,
related
but
to
at
the
least it has
brakes or the
Nickelodeon and Adult
accelerator
Swim.
pedal.
Ugh, fuck.
By the end
I
of it,
couldn't
over
stay in a
5.2
hotel without
million vehicles were
Wi-Fi. What
affected.
town are you in? If you,
hindsight,
you don't
it's
have
safe
to
to say that
say
anyone driving
if
a
you don't
Lexus
want
model
to,
from
but I'm
2009 to 2011
shocked
were
to
rightfully
hear
on
of a
edge.
hotel with no Wi-Fi.
The families of the victims eventually filed numerous lawsuits against Toyota, and as a result, they eventually came to a $10
And
million
that's why my
settlement.
next car will be a Honda.
No matter how you slice it,
Salome.
though, no amount of money can bring someone back
Or
from a design failure
Salames.
that they had no control over.
Salem, Arizona.
They didn't deserve to die
I'm not
that
sure.
day, and his final 911 call will forever remain cemented into internet history as one of the most disturbing real-world examples of a simple weekend drive that shouldn't have ended the way it had.
Salome.
It's 7:23 a.m. on the morning of September 29th of 2016.
I always have such a good time in
Pascagoula Valley Line
Arizona,
train
but I would
1614
never be
departs
able
the
to
Spring
live there.
Valley Station
But
in New
every
York,
time I go
heading
there, I have
southbound for the
so
Hoboken
much
Station
fun.
in New Jersey. One way, the trip takes about an hour by train, and on board that morning were an estimated 250 passengers. The ride itself is mostly okay, with nothing seeming awry. Time begins to pass, and train goers await the day of work ahead of them. At 8:45 a.m. The train's approaching its destination. Being one of the busiest travel hubs in the region, Hoboken Station was lively as expected. The train approaches the terminal, and where it's typically required to stop, it doesn't. It maintains its full speed and crashes through the buffer stop at the end of the rail, causing passengers to be thrown throughout the cabin and forced into a manic frenzy with no clue on how to process it. We just kept going and going, no braking, no nothing, Jamie Weatherhead Saul claims. The moment feels like an eternity, at least until gravity does what it does. The train comes to a halt past the rails and up against the terminal wall, and the normally busy and lively train station is now temporarily declared a disaster area. On this day, 114 passengers are injured and one loses their life. September 29th is now forever associated with a tragedy that should not have happened.
Okay.
While this event is tragic in and of itself, on the internet
It
and
wasn't
through
so
word of mouth,
damaged
the mystery
tall.
surrounding it is merely beginning
I'm
to
sure
take
you
root.
meant damned tall. I could totally be
Let's
a
back up.
dwarf miner. Maybe I'll roll a D&D character that's just literally me. Oh.
Good morning from the Wire.
You're mining. That's fun.
It's one day
And
prior,
dangerous.
the 28th.
Are
A
you
Central
okay?
New York
Like, are
TV
you
station
good? You're
named
good?
WKTV was broadcast on the usual 6 p.m. lineup. During a commercial break, however, something peculiar would overtake their station. Let's have a look.
I think this may be the first time in my entire life I've heard actual mining called fun. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, it's good work, good pay, long days. Okay, my full experience with mining is gold panning, so that's why I said fun.
Civil authorities have issued a hazardous materials warning for the United States.
No idea what I
effective
just
until
did.
September
Hold on.
29th,
Okay.
2:16
Edge,
a.m.
1, 2, 3,
Would you,
4,
could you, on a train?
Okay, hopefully
Interesting.
that's what that was.
Not only did they appear to be hacked, but of all things, it referenced a Dr. Seuss quote about a train. And the timing is striking. Immediately after, WKTV puts out numerous statements. From their Twitter. If you were watching our 6 p.m. newscast, you saw a hazardous materials warning message. There is no such warning. It was a technical error. And later that night, from their website. If you were watching our newscast around 6:17 p.m. or at 10:38 p.m., you may have seen a hazardous materials warning crawl across your screen. There is no such warning. The message was an automated test which was not intended for public display. This message originated from FEMA as a test and had the national location code in it. Tests should not have that code as it's automatically retransmitted. We've contacted the New York State Broadcasters Association, who administers the emergency alert system in New York. We're working with FEMA to resolve this. Our apologies for the confusion this may have caused. In total, there wasn't one, but 2 of these alerts. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to find footage of them separately. However, it's safe to assume that they were either the exact same or very similar. Interestingly, if we pick apart their wording, WKTV is mostly pinning the blame on FEMA, the Government Disaster Relief Program. An interesting claim, but perhaps that's all it was.
Shit, I fucked up somewhere. God damn it.
One day later, and the train crash occurs.
We do 7 days on, 7 days off,
WKTV
12-hour
releases
shifts,
yet
but
another
we don't
statement
actually see
containing
the
an
gold. It's
update.
all microscopic. Make giant
FEMA
pile of
replied
dirt
that
and
they
mix
did not
cyanide
send
with
this
water
out.
and literally
They'll
leach
launch
the
a full
pile of dirt and
investigation
get all the
into how
gold
their
in
codes
little
were hacked.
carbon columns.
WKTV seems to be
is
the
the best
only
way to
target of this
explain.
hack.
About 3 to 400
For now, we've disabled the codes in our
at
decoder
once
that trigger
every
this alert.
3 weeks. That's
If
pretty
there's a
neat.
real national alert,
I think
we'll
that's
still
the
receive
only
it from the
mineral
local
commodity
radio
I'm more
stations we're
heavily
assigned to
invested
monitor.
in than tungsten.
WKTV
You're
will
in
cooperate
like
fully with FEMA,
like
providing information about our
legitimately
hardware,
invested in
software,
Quinn.
and internet access.
I wish I had
and will
invested
provide
in
log
gold when I
files
had
from our
money.
devices.
I wish I
This
had
information will be helpful to FEMA to track down the source of this hack.
ounces. It's so okay. Dad
Around the same
jokes
time that this was
don't. No
happening,
pressure.
Other videos
It's
began to
fine.
crop up, showing strange alerts that had happened in places around the
I don't
United
know
States.
how I fucked this up. I'm so
While
upset.
these are indeed strange and do hint at the possibility of a system-wide hack, the incident that occurred on WKTV was the only one of its kind to include this unusual Dr. Seuss quote. Unfortunately, though, to this day, the origin and motive of why this happened.
What
or who
exactly
did it
does FEMA do?
has
FEMA
remained
provides relief for disasters
Of all the entries I've covered thus far on
in the
disturbing
United
things,
States.
this is one of the most bewildering. Understandably, since this occurred, conspiracy theories have cropped up all over the internet, theorizing on the potential of the train operator being complicit and entertaining the idea that the crash was somehow planned by some external party. While I personally don't subscribe to these, what I do find highly unusual is the timing.
Well,
And I
I'm
don't think
pretty
I'll ever be able to
confident
shake
in
that.
my cabling ability. It's my counting ability that I'm not as confident in, to be perfectly honest with you. And it doesn't look like it doesn't
An
at
audible
all
simulation.
look like
Mother Nature's wrath, a nightmarish abduction, a
the
disturbing plea for
picture.
help.
So I
and
think
an
I will
eerie
probably
broadcast
find
alert.
a better
The world could be a
cable
depressing,
pattern for the next time we do
creepy, and disturbing
knitting.
place.
And I think I'm going to undo this and wrap it back up because we only have a little bit left of stream here. And there's no point in moving forward with a messed up project. Gold is currently 1900 USD an ounce, so it's quite profitable. Yeah, definitely. In commodities, yeah, I only liquidated my stocks and MTG cards to pay for the down payment on my condo last year. I still have my commodities investments, a lot of it in pork and corn, because Iowa, yeah, absolutely. And my crypto holdings, but there's not much there.
It's the 23rd of February, 2017.
I know
A
it's for
criminal
disasters.
trespassing
Well,
incident
they
occurs in Billings Heights,
coordinate
Montana.
volunteers. They
Case
coordinate
number
funding.
17.12420. The local police department takes
They do
to
the
Facebook
stuff
soon
that
after
needs to
to
be
ask for the
done
public's
to
help
take
in
care of
tracking down
people
this
that
mysterious
have
individual
survived
that,
disasters.
considering what he'd done, is every parent's worst nightmare. The Billings Police Department is asking for the public to be aware of an incident that took place last week in the Billings Heights. On the above date and time, officers responded to a possible burglary in progress. The female resident reported
good
to
night, Dad.
officers as she observed a male subject in her infant daughter's bedroom on the baby monitor. The victim said she immediately went to her daughter's bedroom, removed her daughter, and left the residence. When officers arrived, the residence and neighborhood were searched, but the suspect was not located. The victim said that the baby monitor is synced to her cell phone. The baby monitor is motion activated and took the attached photo of the suspect, which alerted her cell phone. And that photo is this one. To date, this mysterious intruder has never been found.
I didn't
The
see
world
it,
to be a
really.
depressing, creepy intruder has never been found.
Oh, that's so scary. That's so scary. That's like a
The
fucking
world can be a
person
depressing,
in their house.
creepy, and disturbing place, and tonight's topics encapsulated that. You and I just dove into 6 disturbing things from around the internet. I hope you all enjoyed this, and if you have any further submissions for this series, feel free to submit them to the show's inbox at dtfaisubmissions@gmail.com. Thank you all for watching. I'll see you soon. I love you all. And good night.
All right, y'all. Tonight was, you guys helped me feel a lot better from how I was feeling earlier. Now I'm thinking about how I was feeling earlier and it makes me want to cry again. You guys are the best. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. I just have to do my shill before we all go. I would love so much if you guys would follow me on Twitter. If you're not doing that already, it's just twitter.com/ZER0DOXY @0Doxy. You can join the Discord. In both of those places, I post when I'm going to be going live. On Twitter, you get a selfie. On Discord, you don't. But I do hang out on Discord outside of streaming hours. And I try to be pretty responsive on Twitter, but I miss things. It happens. What else is there? I also have a Patreon, if you're at all interested in that. Speaking of which, thank you to my 2 patrons, Laura Cody and Katie Bailey. I always, like, I say their name in my head, but I'm so terrified of fucking it up. Like, I know their names. Anyway. Thank you to them. I appreciate it so much. And that'll do it for us tonight. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. I'm going to run commercials. I would love if you would tell me a story about bikes in chat, but only using 4 words. Tell me a story about bikes using only 4 words in chat. And that will get you nice and active in here so that we can have a big fat raid on whoever we so choose to raid. Thanks for hanging out. I'll see you tomorrow. It's going to be an early day because it's Friday and we raid Dungeon Dad on Fridays. So be high for that. Okay. I love you guys. Good night.